Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predict it with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, save K&R, compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I racket. And my teen nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling? But you just still take notes cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill.
Really?
If you run out of hit points, the game will shout.
Your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah. Let me start again, put it on like a cardigan, swinging like my name was Mad Mardigan. Which reminds me, Warwick Davis was Willow and an Ewok. Leonard Nimoy was Galvatron and Spock. That ain't typecast, I don't know what is. Talk about predestiny, nobody gets the best of me. I've only played one role my whole lifetime, the nerd lifeline, stream through a wicked pipeline. So no one can bite mine, cause mine is original and I write rhymes to burn on a CD, play in the mini V. Soccer mom, yodel back, yodel at belittle me. I got a sidekick, I gotta stay connected. Watch out for my decom or you'll get infected. And you don't wanna be one of my bots, cause I see it all like Saw on the Cyclops. And I won't hesitate to drop your whole net block if you're acting up and you're dumber than a pet rock. I'm about this nerd life, as you can see, spreading like a virus on MP3.
On MP3. STC. Shout outs to Vic, Agnostic One, up in Silent John. Yeah. Nerd Life, Graphing Calculator, HP48G. The G is for gangster. Digital shit, yeah. You know how we do.
What's up, meatbags? It's the often imitated, never duplicated Tony TGD coming at you with this Gabbing with Geeks. We are Carl free. Carl is taking a break from the internet. He's taking a break from life. Hopefully he'll be back soon. But in the meantime, we got Gary joining us, Blinded Braille, and the one and only Ninja Kitty. So what's going on, gentlemen? What's up? How's the day treating you?
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Yeah, what's up? My day's been going okay.
It's a swell day today.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I did nothing.
Been, that's a lot better than me. I've been running around last minute, computers acting up. Didn't even tweet out that the show has started. It's a bad day, bad start.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of like
so while I take care of that,
dipping in and dipping out on you.
Yeah. Okay, so while I take care of getting this all tweeted out and letting people know that we are actually live, Gary, why don't you tell us how your week's been?
Pretty good so far. I'm feeling a lot better. So it kind of comes and goes. So I'm feeling good. Yesterday was a pretty good day. Got a couple good things. The streams and shows are going to get a little bit better. I think my personal content might pick up a little bit here. We're on the road to getting the computer up and running, the internet up and running, and get a little bit more quality for the show. So I'm excited.
So what'd you pick up that's going to improve the quality of the show, the quality of your videos?
Oh, grab me an Elgato. Grab me a couple other things that I didn't share with you guys. So just waiting on the, we should be getting internet here in the next week or so. and then yeah, everything should improve.
Sounds good. Sounds good. What about you, Blind Brill? How's your week been?
Yeah, I've just been catching up on readings in class, doing some streams with some other people, talking about comic books. That's pretty much it.
And the new guy in the panel, he's been here before. What's going on with your week? How's your week been, Ninja Kitty?
I've been spending way too much time playing video games. I've been
You and me both.
Gary. I've put in I think like 12 hours into Nobody Saves the World.
Are you enjoying it?
It's addictive and it's fun. Like I love it.
Yeah, I seen one of the bosses, and I was liking what I was seeing, especially after I watched a couple of the reviews. It looked pretty unique, so I do hear a lot of good things coming from that one.
Like it starts off pretty slow, so I think a few people might just get turned off because it's really basic and easy for the first hour or so. But once you get into it a little bit further, and you start switching between, because you have a magic wand, you can switch to different forms, so you can be like a zombie or a rat or a dragon and a bunch of different things. But later on in the game, you start flipping between them, and you could customize them. It gets really deep. It doesn't look like a game that gets deep, but it does. It's awesome.
Yeah, I hear you can swap the they have synergies where you can swap from different guys and have moves that belong to one guy can be used for another guy. So it makes for kind of unique experience.
Yep, and it has a good art style too. It reminds me of like Castle Crashers once again, like the hand-drawn cartoonish art.
Yeah. As soon as I seen that, it kind of reminds me of the one that I recommended not too long ago, which was the Ditto. Kind of reminds me of that.
And like one thing, it's not like a rogue game or anything like that. It's just it's pretty forgiving, so you don't have to be like really focused 100%. So you can play kind of like chill and laid back. And I do appreciate that because earlier in the week I played Hunt Down, and that game was hard. That game was hard as hell at the end.
Sounds good. Sounds good. As you know, my week has been very, very hectic. Besides doing work, I did get a little under the weather. I was sick. Had to call off of work one day. I was that sick. It is not the Rona, so don't worry about it. It was just some. I ate some bad seafood. We'll just put you that way.
Oh, was it the lobster you had the other day?
Yeah, it was. I think it was a little bit undercooked. So I was dealing with that. Then, of course, I've been out there contacting developers, harassing people in the industry, trying to get us some interviews, trying to get Gary some connections with people on the indie scene so we can get some more stuff going with his indie spotlight. Then we had the whole situation where I got this book in the mail and I had to read that. Watched a few movies. You didn't see, Gary?
Oh, no, I didn't. The book that we thought was going to take 2 weeks to come?
Yeah, that's the book.
Oh.
I have it right here in front of me. It's Together Again, the Return of Intellivision by Cyrus Martin. We're going to review that in depth, in detail.
It's like a Bible.
It's my new Bible. So, I mean, it's been a good week all in all. Can't really complain. Anything else, gentlemen, you want to say? Anything else about your week? Anything you're looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to this this book here that you speak of. That sounds hot.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to talk about that today. I had a feeling that we were going to probably be talking about that next week, but that came in pretty fast. So
yeah, that was pretty fast.
Fast as hell.
I did see Cyrus had he made another video kind of talking about the book in a little bit, and then some other stuff. But I'm excited. Excited to dive into that one.
And I'm just seeing right now that we're going to get a Stop the Fake News Amico After Dark clearing the air later on tonight. So we might have to jump in and see what that's all about later on. So we got plenty of things. We're going to talk about the Eternals today. We're going to talk about the book, like I said, from Cyrus Martin. Maybe touch on the Book of Bobba Fett. Discuss that little deal between Microsoft and Activision.
Ooh, yeah, that's a doozy.
Big surprise.
It's a lot of money flying around, boys. They made it rain.
We're gonna play a few games. I got two of them in mind. One is returning for its third appearance, and the other is kind of a tweak on something we did last week. Trying to get this, all set up so we're running smooth. I will say, YouTube was a little mean to us this week. They age restricted our clip on the celebrity butt challenge from last week. You have to be 18 or older to watch that video. I think Amber Rose might have been a little too hot for TV.
Yeah, she destroyed the old age rating.
So, in honor of the age rating being destroyed last week, we're going to do a beach edition of Celebrity Butt Challenge later on. Hopefully, you gentlemen are prepared. A lot of thongs. That's all I can say.
Male or female?
I can't give that away now, can I?
Yeah.
I put extra dudes in just for you, Ninja Kitty.
Nice.
But I think that's all we got for the intro. So we're going to go ahead and move along. Now, in the last couple of weeks, we've had an advertisement on the show. We had Nathan's Mask Emporium. He has been sponsoring us, helping us out there. But unfortunately, the health inspector paid a visit, closed them down for a couple of weeks. Something about a bunch of wilted lettuce in the back or something. I don't know. I don't get into these things. So we got no sponsor this week, unfortunately. But we do have a book from yours truly. So if you want a souvenir of this whole Intellivision Amico fiasco, if you want a keepsake, something you could tell people about, something you could point to and say, this is what it's all been about, you can go ahead and go down to Amazon.com, not some little shady website in the back alleys of, the internet, but an actual big conglomerate website, something official. Go to Amazon. Just look up the official Intellivision Amico, the ultimate Intellivision Amico guidebook, volume 1. It'll come up right away. $5. We only charge you $5 for the book. Shipping and handling might be another $5 depending on where you're at. So in some cases, you might pay more to actually get the book shipped to you than the book cost itself. But that's on them. That's not on me. But it is a keepsake. 26 of the most riveting pages detailing every single Intellivision Amico game that has come out in the first year from October 10th, 2020 to October 10th, 2021. Gives a detailed breakdown of every game that is in retail stores that are playable. 26 pages. Riveting. Lots of good reviews. Lots of 5-star reviews. People love the book. And if I sell more than 50 copies of the book, I will be donating $100 to charity. However, charity does not get nothing if I get less than 50. If I sell less than 50, I'm still giving $50 to charity because, I'm just that kind of guy. I like helping out the underprivileged children of the world.
That also doubles as a nice tax write-off too, right?
Oh, I don't write off charity on taxes. That defeats the purpose of doing charity.
Yeah,
if you're gonna use charity to write off on taxes, you're basically a scumbag in my book.
I agree.
And no, I will not be releasing my taxes this year, gentlemen. I know you want to see them, but unfortunately, no. Max Lenartz is right. The lobster was getting back at me from the grave. But I think these gentlemen are ready for something. We got a second blinded Braille joining us. It's very interesting here. I'm not
Can
sure
you
which is the
hear me on
real.
this side, or is it static?
It sounds good to me. Say something again.
Can you hear me?
Oh man, he was sent back from the future to kill the.
Yeah, I'm the Terminator. I'm
He
here
was
to
sent from the. Yeah.
kill everybody.
There's only one Terminator. He's not here right now, though.
Whoa.
This is
No.
true.
No, he's not. But I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to get headed over to our first game of the night in the spirit of having Ninja Kitty here because we want to get him in on the fun. So we're going to play a little game. You know what? Actually, before we get to that, we got to get to something else. Something I almost forgot. Gary, how could you let me forget this? We got to go over the weight loss. We got to
No,
go
no.
over the updates, buddy.
Well,
So, Gary,
how you doing? Because it's been a bad couple of days for me.
Oh, I am doing very well. Very well. Have not cheated once yet. I got really close.
Man.
Really close. Friday, I cashed my check. There's this little hamburger stand that I always used to go to. I was going to go in there. I was going to order a double cheeseburger with some gyro meat on it, a big old plate of chili cheese fries, and a nice Coke, no ice. And I was all set, all ready to cheat. And unfortunately, COVID has made them close their dining area, so I was unable to get any food.
The big man upstairs saved you today, or saved you the other day.
I saved you, Gary, because I'm now 15 pounds lighter than what I was when we started.
Well, he's crushing it because I had that gyro today, and then chili cheese fries today.
Oh, you had it for me?
Yeah, I had it for you, dude. It sounded so good. I had to have it. So, I mean, I've been eating better. That's for sure. I need to like cut everything out, but I'll say it again. This is a marathon. It'll kick in after the first month. I'll really buckle down a little bit, and then I gotta be able to start the exercising and all that stuff. We'll ease into all of that, and then the last 2 months will definitely be you stay consistent through the first month will be kind of back and forth, and the next couple of months will stay consistent, and the last 2 months are like Nazi Germany. So
Yeah, I had to get the Nazi reference in even without calling me. I will say that we have two other contestants. They're not here right now. They're not on the panel, but Dazed Gaming says that he is all in. He's in for the challenge. I believe he said he weighed 230 pounds.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I don't know if I believe that. I always thought maybe he's a little shorter than us. So I thought maybe he would have weighed a little bit more. And Mr. Beefy, you've probably seen him in the chat every once in a while, but he's also joining in at 230 pounds, looking to lose some weight, looking to get demolished as I crush it. So Gary, you might not be the biggest loser. You might not be the worst off.
Well, what did Carl say? The smallest winner?
Yeah. No, but I'm saying is, I mean, there is now second place is no longer last place since there are four of us.
Yep.
So, I mean, nothing wrong with silver. Nothing wrong with coming in second.
So that's going to be
that gold.
$400 flying around to a charity of their choice, the winner's choice, huh?
$300. There's only four of us in it, Gary.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's right. Four of
Hopefully,
us. Hopefully, three,
you
right?
can add up calories better than you can add up money.
Yeah, I'm screwed.
Anything else? What are your plans on the future for this weight loss? What's the next week looking like for you?
I gotta buckle down. Seriously, that last couple days. I mean, I haven't gone overboard. I'm not, portion wise. Other than the gyro that I seriously had today and the chili cheese fries. I've been pretty good with it. I've been, seriously portioning myself out. I still haven't been drinking, like pop every day and eating eating past a certain time before I go to bed and stuff like that. So I'm still on the right track. I just got to hone it in. That's all. And then start exercising here. You like, well, you get your daily movement in, right? But you really got to like start the cardio and make sure you're not doing too much of it so that you're losing the muscle mass. But start those things and then just watch what you would I'm putting in my body. That's all. And then pick it up and be more serious about it. That's pretty much it.
We got an update here from Dazed Gaming. He says he's down to 225 pounds, bitches. So he's already dropped 5 pounds, Gary. He's already gaining on you.
That's the water weight. Everybody drops that. But no, I am down to I did say the other day that I did tell you personally that I was down to what did I say? It was like 252, I believe it was when I weighed in last time. So and then that's obviously I got to minus the 4 pounds that we took. So that's technically 248.
Yeah.
So
Chupacabra said McDonald's accidentally gave him 2 Big Macs with my order. If that was me, that would mean that you would be getting 3 Big Macs. Because I always order 2 at least. So, unless you're getting 2 extra ones, I'm talking 4 Big Macs. And I probably would have ate them too. Because I am that much of a fat ass. Here he is, Mr. Beefy himself. How much weight have you lost, Beefy? Any update? Let us know before we move on. As for me, my next week looks golden. I bought a lot of eggs. I have a lot of tuna in the pouches. It's ready made. It's got like tuna and jalapeno or tuna and hot wing sauce, buffalo sauce.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, the ready to go pouches. Now, do you mix that with anything, or do you just eat that straight up?
I eat that straight up. Beefy says he's maintained. He hasn't lost nothing yet. It's all right. You got time. But yeah, I eat 2 pouches in the morning. That's my morning routine. And then I'll eat like a hard-boiled egg or 2 for lunch. And then dinner is just pure meat. As you've seen, if you follow me on Twitter, I posted some lamb and some vegetables. That was dinner. I've been drinking water. Bought a lot of those Mio water additives. So I'm good to go. I'm already moving at work. I'm doing a little more moving here at home. While I'm playing games, I'll move around, do some exercise while I'm watching TV. Hopefully I don't gain too much muscle mass and then end up start going up in weight because I just get so fucking buff and bulky. So I got, maybe slow down a little.
So did the seafood, did it make you sick to the point where you lost some extra weight?
Possibly. I didn't eat the whole next day, I think. So I was sick on Wednesday. I missed Thursday work. I didn't eat until like 7 o'clock at night. My stomach was so fucked up. So I very well could have lost extra weight just from that.
I think the fact that I've been feeling a little bit better, my insides haven't been like, because for some reason, all of this, like, whatever's going on, and I still got to go out to the doctor to see what really is going on, but it was kind of like, I've been like kind of bloated and gassy, and I think a part of that helped me out why I took to the diet really quick those first couple weeks. But I felt a lot better this week, and I think because of that, I got a little bit of my appetite back. That and putting quite a bit of time into Loop Hero. I was quite busy for the last week, but a couple days of it's been a couple days of Loop Hero free, so I've had some extra time, and I think I spent that time eating foods.
Well, just keep eating, keep gaining weight, Gary. It'll be okay. Nothing like letting me win. I'll take it. Beefy says he hasn't gotten serious yet. Oh boy. So he's maintained weight. We got me down 15, Days Gaming down 5, Gary possibly added some extra weight this week, but at the last weigh-in he was down. I think it was 7 pounds.
I think it's 8. If they 48, and we were at 2. Yeah, you're right. 7. Yeah, 7.
Beefy says the problem right now is I'm going to have his activity. Since getting COVID, I can't do much without having a huge coughing fit. That sucks. I still haven't gotten the COVID yet. God protects those who do his good works, and so I've been pretty healthy.
I agree, though. That's part of my problem is, like I said, the last couple of weeks have been rough on my body, and I don't know whether it's the kidneys or what's going on, but that's been part of the reason why I haven't been able to just get out and do a little bit of, a routine. And an hour's all you need, half hours, all you really need. So if you're doing that and you're moving around all, for most of the day, then you're good to go. So.
And if it gets really close and it looks like Gary might win, I will shave off my beard.
Oh,
all my hair, just for the extra weight to come off. I will make that sacrifice. What is it? July 1st, or was it June 1st that we said?
We got June 1st, and make sure that before those next couple days, you don't want to add the water weight. So you really got to go like dehydrated mode and everything.
Yeah, I even scheduled a additional circumcision on May 29th, just in case I need to take off a little bit extra weight to beat Gary. I am that committed.
Last minute lipo.
But we'll see how it goes. I'm feeling good. I'm enjoying this. Being in a actual challenge or competition is really helping motivate me to stay the course. Normally, I probably would have fell off the wagon already and been chomping on cheeseburgers and stuff, but this is really helping. So thank you, Gary, for doing this with me.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Thank you all, for watching us.
I got kind of excited. Went to the not flea market, but the Salvation Army the other day, and I was walking up to the toys, and I got really excited. I seen I had an idea that I wanted to get a WWE championship belt and have that as the part, because since we're not really getting anything other than the satisfaction to donating to a charity, I kind of wanted something special for us, and I thought for a minute there I had something special, but it was one of the kiddie wrestling belts, and it was like foam, and unfortunately it was ripped. If it weren't ripped, I probably would have bought it and cleaned it up, and that would have went to the victor. But I'm still on the lookout for a nice little belt for the champ.
Now, whoever could fit into the belt would be the winner. Automatic victory.
Yes.
All right. So that is the update for the weight loss challenge. We will keep you updated. You can follow us on Twitter. I post every once in a while about the things I'm eating to rub it in Gary's face as he's losing.
I'm not really losing, am I, Tony?
You're losing big time. Losing hugely. Also, this whole, making clips out of the show is doing really good for the channel. It's helping us get daily content. Just remember, if you want to see everything, if you want to know what's going on, what we say in between segments, you got to be here live. I mean, if you're not here live, you're missing so much quality content. I think I only put up about 2.5, 3 hours worth of clips, only because the Intellivision Amico section, it was like an hour and a half. But it was a 5-hour show, so there's like 2 hours that you guys didn't see. If you weren't here live, you missed 2 hours of quality banter, quality bullshit. I don't know what. Help me out here, Gary.
It's raw and uncensored.
Yeah, there you
raw
go.
and uncensored.
And you guys really got to go check out the games. You know, I'm kind of sad that the celebrity butt challenge is not as big and doing as well as the other topics that we have on the show.
Oh,
Well,
no.
like I said, I think because it was age restricted this week, that's probably why not a lot of people have seen it.
That's so bad.
Yeah, I don't know. Susan called me up. Susan Wojcicki, the head of YouTube. She said she's a big fan of the segment. She's like, I love the segment. It's great, fantastic. So I don't know why YouTube decided to go ahead and age restrict that video. Because the
She's going to
previous
take it down for her own pleasure.
she's keeping it to herself.
Yes.
Yeah, because like I said, the previous week didn't get age restricted. The previous week had about 100, 120 views, I think. What do we have? Yeah, so we only had 27 views on last week's butt challenge, but the previous week has 104. So I don't know what's going on here. Maybe it was the thumbnail, wasn't a good enough thumbnail. They didn't like Kristen Bell. They preferred Iggy Azalea and Hillary Duff. Maybe it was because it was age restricted. Probably that reason.
Yeah, I think so.
This week is definitely going to be age restricted because, like I said, it is going to be spicy. Lots of thongs. Too hot for YouTube. But we're going to do it because that's what we do. Because we don't care about the money, the views. We just care about having fun, enjoying each other's company, and being a bunch of, idiots on the internet. With that said, we're going to play a nice new idiot game. Last week, I showed you some clips. I said, what's going to happen next? But this week, we do things a little different. This week, we're playing What Product Is This? I'm going to show you some clips.
Oh.
I'm going to show you some clips. And you're going to have to tell me. I'm going to give you multiple choice, so don't worry about it. But you're going to have to tell me what product this ad is for.
I got this.
They're all foreign. So unless you guys speak Japanese or something, I don't think you'll be able to get any clues from the voiceover. Ninja Kitty might have an advantage being a ninja, but we'll see.
Are these now? Are these products that we have as well, or are these going to be overseas products?
There'll be products like I said. I will give you a choice. So I'll say is this a car commercial, a shampoo commercial,
okay,
soda commercial? I'm not going to make it like really specific. Like you have to give me the freaking flavor of hamburger meat or some shit. But we're gonna show you the first one. Here is the first one. I'm gonna give you a little taste. All right, that's all you get, gentlemen.
Oh
Now,
wow!
is this going to be A, sports drink commercial, a B, potato chip commercial, a C, after school activity commercial, or D, a dog food commercial? Gary, what do you think?
Can you pass with me right now? I want to hear what the other two got to say. Oh, no passing.
Don't ask me to repeat because I don't remember what I said.
I do. I'm going with this is a potato chip commercial just because I can't go with the other guesses are a little too obvious. So I'm going with I think it was B was a potato chip commercial.
All right. What are you going with, Blind?
I'll go with the sports drink.
All right, what choice was that? Because I don't remember.
I think it was A.
Yeah, first one.
It was A.
All right. And Ninja Kitty, what was your choice? Sports drink, potato chip, after school activities, or dog food?
I am going to go with dog food because I think the dog's going to become the goalie after.
All right.
Be supercharged.
Oh no!
Ironically,
that was a good guess.
Your choices spell out bad. BAD.
Oh no!
Let's see who's right.
コンソメコンソメコンソメパンチニューポンチじゃないよコンソメパンチうまさが効いてるコンソメパンチコンソメコンソメコンソメパンチニューコンソメコンソメコンソメパンチパンチで元気コンソメパンチ
I love the
I need it.
Japanese.
Gary
Excellent.
was correct. It was a potato chip commercial. Good job, Gary. As silly as that was, as crazy as that was, I don't know what the dog was. I guess the dog is the mascot of the brand or something. Who knows?
I mean, they really went all out with that dog costume. Like, I thought they were just going to do like the arm coming in and then maybe go back to the regular dog. Was that a regular dog in the first clip, or was that actually him in the suit laying down? Am I like
Suit laying down.
Yeah,
No, it was
that
never
the
a
guy in
dog.
the suit.
Well, they
Yeah,
had
it
me because
never
I thought it
was
was
a
a
real
dog
dog,
at first.
All right, let's go with the next clip. All right, is this a commercial for A, dating website, B, a moving company, C, a stadium, or D, condoms? And Blinded Braille, we're going to start with you. What's your guess?
I'm gonna go with the thing that is totally out. Weird moving truck.
So Blinded Braille says B, moving truck. Ninja Kitty, what is your guess? Dating, moving truck, stadium, or condoms?
I will go with the dating site or dating thing.
All right. And Gary, we're back around to you. What do you say?
Oh, this is going to be rough, but I'm going to have to agree with Blinded here and go with it's moving
All right, let's take a
truck
look.
or whatever the hell you said.
Let's find out. Is it a dating website commercial, a moving company commercial, a stadium company commercial, or a condoms commercial?
Oh, wow.
Awesome.
It's ridiculous.
That's great.
Oh my god.
You were all incorrect. It was a commercial for a stadium.
So
Gary,
all we really
you-
have to do is guess the least obvious, most absurd, off the wall answer, and we'll be right.
All right, we're gonna go from Japan over to Germany. This is a German commercial. Let's take a look at the clip. All right, gentlemen, your choices are: is this a commercial for a supermarket? Is this a commercial for a cat food company? Is this a commercial for an internet company? Or is this a milk commercial? Ninja Kitty, start us off. What do you think?
I'll go for the most absurd internet company.
Ninja Kitty says C, internet company. Gary?
Well, unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be off the wall because we're not talking about, the Japanese or the off the wall silliness of like that style. But I'm going to go with it's a milk commercial.
Gary's going with D, milk commercial. Blinded Braille. What's your guess?
Yeah, I'm going to go with milk commercial. I think it's building toward that.
A milk commercial. All right. Let's see what the chat's saying. Any chatter from the chat? Max Leonard says milk commercial too. Let's find out.
Yeah.
If this is indeed a milk commercial.
What the hell?
Oh no 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 no.
It was a commercial for a supermarket. Once again,
Oh my god.
nobody got that correct.
Ninja Kitty had a cameo in that.
I did.
Yeah, the little black cat.
Yeah, I did see that Ninja Kitty's cameo in that commercial. So far, Gary's the only one who got any of these right. We got how many more? We got 4 more.
Oh wow!
No, 3
Nice.
more. We got 3 more.
Oh boy.
So, you guys might have a chance to come back. I think it was supposed to be 4, but one of the commercials just didn't work out.
Don't know.
All right, so here's the next clip.
Mouse.
All right, gentlemen, is this a commercial for a new J-pop group? Is it a commercial for a exterminator? Is it a commercial for a new video game? Or is it a commercial for computers? Gary, we'll start with you.
I'm gonna go with it's a commercial for computers.
All right, Blinded Braille. What do you think? J-pop group, exterminators, video games, or computers?
I'll go K-pop.
All right, Ninja Kitty, what's your guess?
I think exterminators because they were all mouses. So
All right, let's find out.
Mouse.
頼れまちゅう
Mouse.
That was a
What the-
computer commercial. Gary knocking it out. Do you speak Japanese, Gary? I think you're cheating on this.
Sorry, boys.
Oh boy.
We got 2 more left. Somebody can tie. Gary's winning 2-0. But hey, maybe Ninja Kitty or Blinded can tie. Bring it back. Here's the next commercial clip.
Gosh.
Well, it didn't stop, so I guess we won't be able to use that one.
Oh, I only seen the first part where
only
it
saw
starts the trip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was it.
No, on my computer it showed it all. But hold on, let's try to do this again. Technical difficulties.
What we saw the first time.
Yeah.
All right. So is this a driving school commercial? Is this a commercial for an exercise equipment? Is this a commercial for insurance? Or is this a commercial for a energy drink? I believe we are on Blinded Braille to start us off.
It's either a workout energy drink. I'll go with a workout equipment. Probably wrong, but
All right, Ninja Kitty, what is your guess?
What was the options again? I didn't hear.
The options are: is it a commercial for a driving school, commercial for exercise equipment, a commercial for insurance, or a commercial for an energy drink?
I'll go with insurance.
All right, so you're going with insurance. Gary, you are the last one. You are in the lead. Can you make it unreachable by guessing correctly?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna seal the deal here, and I'm gonna say that this is an energy drink, and that they're going to get him back up off the ground with said energy drink. So yes, I'm going with that D energy drink.
Chuck says it's insurance. Days Gaming says he wants to get in on this. Should we invite Days Gaming in right now, or should we wait until after the game's over? What do you think, gentlemen?
Do it.
You can invite him in now. Yeah.
All right, so let me you get the
Hey,
invite.
Come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right.
We'll get Dazed all up on this game. I think he's excited. He wants to try to get in before the Celebrity Butt Challenge gets over. He wants in on that. Send him the link. We're going to go ahead and find out what the commercial is, and then we'll bring him in at the last one. But here it is.
Wow.
It was exercise equipment. And Blinded Braille is correct. He's bringing it home. We got one commercial left. And in order to give Blinded a ninja chance, it's going to be worth 3 points. But I'm not going to give you any clues or any multiple choice. This time you gotta get it on your own to make it fair for Gary, but also give you guys a chance to win. So I'm going to show you a clip, and you're going to tell me what you think this is going to be a commercial for.
What in the world was that?
That was spicy.
Do you need a second look? Here's
No.
Dave's Gaming.
I don't.
What?
What's up, Dave?
What's up, gentlemen?
Did you
What's up?
see the clip? Or do you need us to play again?
No, go ahead. I'm here for the butts.
If you're here now, you got to play the game. For 3 points.
Fine.
So
I didn't
play
see the clip.
again.
I didn't see the clip, but I don't want to make you have to play it again.
No,
Yeah.
I'll play the clip again. Don't worry. It's a good clip.
Okay. All right.
Kind of disturbing, but
Jeez.
Very disturbing.
All right, gentlemen, for 3 points and the win, I believe we're at Ninja Kitty. So you're going to start us off. What do you think this is a commercial for, Ninja Kitty?
Jesus Christ. The last part was just looked like you're going to
It's
hell or
disturbing.
something.
Yeah.
I'm
Product. Okay,
going to say off the wall. It's going to be a hat.
Hat. Ninja Kitty says hat. New guy, Days Gaming. You could win it all. You could sweep in, come in at the end. 3 points. What is this a commercial for?
There's no choices.
No choices.
Oh God. Shit. I'm going to guess it's for some type of clothing.
All right. Gary,
Are you were supposed to kick it to blinded Braille first?
no, it goes Ninja.
No, I won't.
Oh man, blinded's gonna be the one who wins this because I was gonna go with his answer just to make sure.
No, you jinxed me now.
I'm gonna say it's some kind of maybe potentially like facial product, like a cream or something like that, moisturizer.
It's an interesting choice. I could see that. And blinded, this is your chance to win it all. What do you think this product is?
God damn. That trailer was fucking weird.
Oh, it gets
They're
weirder.
clutching their-
It gets weirder.
It's the Japanese Amico trailer.
weird.
That's what it was.
Oh, boy. That was way more entertaining. I have no clue. I'm going to go something like shaving cream.
Did you say
But
shaving
they were
cream?
all. No, shaving cream. Actually, shaving cream sounds
shaving
like a better.
I was like, what the hell
He
is
did say
shaving cream?
poop.
Max Lenart says it's a laxative commercial.
Ooh,
That's weird.
Chupacabra is
Yeah, it did look
guessing
like
that car wash is
Sure.
his guess. Anyone else in the chat want to guess before I play it? Maybe someone in the chat will win, and not anybody here on the panel.
you're just trying to make me lose, Tony.
Just trying to make it fair, Gary. Trying to make it fair. All right, no guesses. We're gonna play it. Find out who won, who's correct.
いつまで続くんだろうな、こんなこと。さあな。泣いてんのか？別に。地震だ。地震だ。
Syria, roofing tiles.
Yes.
What?
I am the victor.
That's right. Gary is the victor. He was the only one to answer, or he answered 2 questions correctly. Blind Braille only answered 1. Gary has won the first edition of What Product Is This? Do you have a victory speech to give us, Gary?
I want to thank all my fans for making this possible. Well, I really don't have any.
Chupacabra was kind of close. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I think a car wash is a lot closer than shaving cream, a hat, cream, clothes.
Yeah, for a minute there, I was thinking maybe something along the lines because it seemed like they were in hell. But roofing, I would have never guessed roofing tiles.
Yeah, that it makes sense now, but Jesus,
Does it?
I mean the bird shit on the.
Well, yeah, it was the bird shit, the extreme heat, the water or the rain, the earthquake. It'll last anything. So yeah, it does kind of make sense once you see what it was. But it was who would have guessed that?
Yeah,
Japanese.
That was bizarre.
If you like this game, let us know. If you want to be a contestant on What Product Is This, let us know. We'll try to get you on the panel. We will be bringing this back next week. If you don't like it, we'll still be bringing it back next week anyway because I think this is fun.
And don't forget to get your dog spayed or neutered.
Yeah,
oh boy,
we're gonna do the whole Price is Right. Bob Barker, get the dogs spayed and neutered. All right, gentlemen. So what do you guys think about that new game there?
Good times.
It was tough.
new game.
I could have swore I thought you guys were going to get the cat as a grocery store commercial. I mean, it's pretty obvious what it was.
Yeah, but the problem was you threw a bunch of other obvious ones that were off the wall.
I thought they were going to fight over milk or something. That's what it was. I don't know.
That was probably my favorite commercial out of all of them, though.
Yes, I agree.
I was waiting for Hitler to jump out.
Why? Because it was a German commercial?
I was told that I had to bring up Hitler every half hour in Carl's absence.
Oh, no.
I thought about using a Hitler avatar, but might not be in the best taste.
Well, we are covered, Ninja Kitty. I did mention it in the first 10 minutes. So
yeah, but it has to be every half hour, and then followed by deep breathing.
Oh,
job. That was good times, Tony. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I've seen lots of Japanese commercials, but I've never seen those ones.
Yeah, it was hard to get commercials that weren't really popular, that I didn't think had a viral appeal that people might have seen. You guys might have been familiar with. Plus, I had to get commercials that were short. A lot of the commercials were like 5 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes, and I was like,
Jesus.
Yeah, it's a little too long. What about you, Dave?
Sitting to watch all these 5
you came in
commercials. It's crazy.
Well, the one I saw was it was tough. That's a tough game. I don't know. I didn't get to see the other ones. I got home and jumped in the shower, so I missed. So I can't give a complete conclusion on how I feel about them. But it was fun.
Oh, you missed some pretty good commercials. We had a man in a dog suit teaching a little girl how to play soccer for a chip commercial.
Nice.
We had cats in a store shopping for a supermarket commercial. An old dude constantly falling over for an exercise machine commercial. And we had a bunch of Japanese girls with really raspy voices for a stadium commercial.
Well, I'm sorry I missed those.
We had a bunch of girls in mouse outfits singing and dancing for a computer.
I did see that. I did see that. That one was weird.
Dr. Noob says, I saw a new trucker hat these modern truckers now have. Wine 'em, kill 'em, 69 'em. I thought that was disturbing personally. Am I a prude?
Wine them, kill them.
Yeah, the kill 'em's a little. That's probably the. Especially in that order, like you get them drunk. Then you kill 'em, then you-
Yeah, especially in that order.
69 them.
And maybe if it was like the 69 was in the middle, it wouldn't be as bad, but
He's going for that that Ted Bundy the Ted Bundy feel.
now I think next I want to talk about this book that I received in the mail.
Yes, let's hear about it.
So I'm gonna go ahead. We're gonna get that set up. I want to preface this by saying this is not an attack on anybody. It's not an attack on any individuals. Now, let me get the book review banner up first.
Tony, I have a question. Does the book have LED lights around it?
The book does not have LED lights. It's pretty. It's not even color. The cover or the back cover. It's got like a blue. Like a blue. Almost weird. It's a weird blue. It's hard to describe, but it's.
But the pictures inside of it are colored, aren't they?
The pictures inside are, some of them are color. Some of them are pictures and some are like taken from the internet. So some of them are not colored just because the picture didn't have color to begin with. But I have several pages marked because there are specific things I want to talk about that's in the book. But before we get into the review, I will repeat, this is not an attack on any individuals. I'm not here to try to shame or put down anybody. I'm not here to put down the author of the book or anybody who likes the book or anybody who bought the book. Obviously, I bought the book, you know. Then again, I buy everything Amico related so I could have a nice big eBay lot in the future. But the book it's got 41 labeled pages. So there's 41 labeled, except for you have at least 4 pages that are blank, which is weird. But I mean, I have a whole book that's blank, so. I mean,
You ruined the surprise.
I've said it many, many times.
Oh.
All right, so it is called Together Again, The Return of Intellivision. One of the greatest video game consoles is about to make its comeback. I guess that's the subtitle. It's not clear because that's on the cover, so I don't know. Cyrus Martin is the author of the book. There is no synopsis on the back cover. Instead, you have a mix of old and new art. You got the biplanes, new Amico art, and then you got bowling, Intellivision bowling, and I think this is Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the box art from the.
It's the old or is it the new stuff? Are you talking about it's box art, like photos? Okay.
So it's got like the guy bowling, which is the original Intellivision. I think this is the original Cloudy Mountain, maybe box art, or
the D&D would be the red.
Well, it's all in blue. That's why I'm saying everything's blue.
Oh, okay.
And I don't recognize it because I'm not really familiar with Intellivision like that. But it has like a knight fighting a 3-headed dragon thing.
I believe that. I believe that's probably the D&D.
Dungeons and Dragons,
which is what the Cloudy Mountain is now. So that makes sense.
Okay, so right off the bat, the author of this book abuses the ellipses. I'm going to take away his ellipses privilege. Way too many, inappropriately used. Ellipses is supposed to. If you have a quote, you put it to mark that you've, admitted omitted certain things from a quote. You use it if someone's trailing off, like their thought. Like you started talking, like someone's mumbling, and then they kind of trail off. So you just ... and then you pick back up where they start talking clear again.
I do that all the time. I use that way too much.
I use
But
it a lot
here,
too.
the author uses it almost like a comma, like it's not used properly.
Right.
It's just like, unless he's like, let's see if I can get an example. Here's an example. Okay, it says, to ease the minds of some parents worried about zombified children with rotten brains, ... and to try to bridge the gap between consoles and home computers, ... Mattel introduced several educational games such as Math Fun, Word Fun, Learning Fun, The Jetsons' Way with Words, Melody Blasters, and others. Those two ellipses in there, they were not necessary.
Yeah, that's
put
weird. I
period.
usually use that if I'm like trying to make a point or something. Like I don't know how to describe it, but that's a
Well,
strange way to use it.
it's like Tony said, it's like a trail off, and I use it like probably more than anybody on this panel. If you read any of my posts, I'm probably constantly putting the ... in there. But yeah, it's not supposed to be used as if it's like a comma, which is sound like how he described that sentence. Yeah, it sounded like he'd have been better off restructuring that sentence, but that's not a big. That's not a big. Yeah, it's not a big issue to me though. Let's
It's
get to
not
the
a big
meat and
issue.
potatoes.
It's not a big issue if it's like once, but this is throughout the entire book.
Yeah, I guess it'd be different if you had it in front of you to see it. That might be kind of something that would take you out of reading it. If it's constantly seeing something like that, it might be distracting.
Yeah.
And that kind of punctuation, I think, if you had somebody like proofread and go through your stuff, they would have told you to use a lot less of that, anyways. That shouldn't really be a thing that should be throughout the entire thing. Yeah.
Maybe the book was proofread by the same guy who does the proofreading for the Intellivision team.
Could be. So the second sentence in the book really sets up everything, because it says, I am not an expert on history, nor am I a gaming industry veteran. Which is clear if you have any knowledge of pre-NES gaming, any knowledge of the history of video games. The book is factually inaccurate in many, many places.
Really?
Well,
Atomic Age Gamer says ellipses are more common in internet lingo if you are mimicking an informal conversation. Then again, what do I know?
Yeah.
No, that's accurate. He's right.
Yeah, and that's where I mainly use is
and the internet
comment sections.
Right.
Well, yeah. Well, internet lingo, like putting "UR" for "your" is fine when you're on a message board or in a comment section or something.
Mm-hmm.
But you wouldn't put that in a book. Like you wouldn't publish that for people to read. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it's just kind of a waste, for the reader.
Yeah.
It's unprofessional.
Yeah.
Does the book have a lot of smileys in it also?
No, it doesn't.
Laughing emojis.
Yeah, there are. What is this? 7 chapters, a foreword, and a prologue that's at the end. I didn't
Be an
make a mistake there.
epilogue at the end, right? Is epilogue at the end, or
yes, epilogue is what goes at the end. But this book has a prologue.
And the prologue is at the beginning.
Right.
You guys, you just don't get it. Intellivision is innovating. They do everything the opposite of what it's supposed to be. So it does fall. It makes sense. Whatever is correct, they do the opposite. So this book follows the trend.
Game changers.
Yeah, there are a few pages that are just pictures. Like there's no words on that page. Not that that's a big deal. It's just.
I like those kind of books with more pictures.
The table of contents has the chapters, but not the pages. So, like, if you wanted to go to chapter 3, right? It says chapter 3, A Legacy of First. There's no page number. I don't know what page chapter 3 starts at.
Huh.
So the table of contents is kind of useless. in that regard.
Yeah, that's strange. There's no page numbers, you said?
Right. It
Yeah,
literally
that's-
just says table of contents, and it'll say forward, something old, something new, chapter 1, intelligent television, chapter 2, the best of times. No page numbers.
Oh.
Hmm.
Interesting choice.
So yeah, so like I said, there's I mean, maybe I'm nitpicking here, but
Yeah, we're nitpicking.
We
sorry,
are, but
sorry, Cyrus.
I don't think
You
that's a
might-
nitpick.
we might as well get them all. You're starting small. You're starting small and saving the other stuff for the end.
But I don't think that's a nitpick so much as like
It's a weird choice
Yeah,
to not
it's a
have
weird
page
choice.
numbers,
Yeah.
definitely. And the prologue at the end is definitely weird.
I mean, it's
that's a weird.
not a nitpick if you want to skim through it. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of useful to the reader.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd
Yeah.
be tough.
Yeah, okay. So then like I said, there's a lot of inaccuracies in the book. A lot of blending of time frames. Yeah, Atomic Age Gamer says, "Is there seriously a prologue at the end?" I'm etymology dork, so that blows my mind a little. Yeah, it is. There is a
Yeah, that's weird.
prologue at the end. But like, okay, so the book doesn't have a focus. It's not like a memoirs of Cyrus's life, or moments where he played in television mixed in with things. It's sort of a mixed bag. Like he talks a little bit about his past, but not in detail. He talks about the old Intellivision, some of the new stuff at the end. But like I said, there is inaccuracies. He talks about how Intellivision, coming out somehow helped the industry. Like it wasn't for Intellivision, basically, the industry would have not be where we're at. Except when Intellivision debuted, when it came out, it came out in 1979 with the master component, but the actual Intellivision itself was 1981. By 1981, Atari had already sold like 2 million units. By the end of 1981, I think they sold 3 million. So before Intellivision's first year, Atari had sold already more than what Intellivision would sell over its lifetime.
Atari was also mass producing consoles, I believe, to the point what was what got them big and deep.
No, they produced. Well, I think what was it? They either made more. What was it, Pac-Mans than they had consoles that had produced, or one way or the other? Yeah, there was something like that.
That's what it was. I think it was. Yeah, it was the production of Pac-Man that kind of killed them. They figured there were more productions than there was systems. Yeah,
it was system seller. They thought, but it freaking killed it. That and E.T.
Jesus, oh my god.
Okay,
I love. You know what? I loved E.T. as a kid. I don't know why. Like I can look back, I can see the problems of it now, like looking back. But as a kid, I actually adored that game. I thought it was fun.
I loved it too. Days I used to play all the time, but it was garbage. Even back then,
it was garbage. I don't know. I mean, it was one that I probably played the biggest best than the other ones, but
the biggest problem with it that most people say was that it was misunderstood. It was ahead of its time, just for the fact that you can go off screen and there's like this exploring system that people just didn't grasp back then.
Yeah, and once you figured it out, it was decent. But yeah, at the beginning, you're lost if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah,
you have to have the instruction manual. It's
one of the games that I'd say doesn't hold up well to today. I mean, there's a bunch of games that you could basically say that a lot of those games don't hold up well today. I'd argue that and say there are great games out there. Especially on the Intellivision that were, regardless of whether they're a 10, 15 minute play, they were absolutely great games to play. And I think they're still good today. But yeah, E.T. doesn't hold up very well.
All right. So we're going to bring this back around.
Wasn't it Rush 2?
Sorry.
To the book. That's okay. No, that's okay. So the first point of contention for me in the book is Cyrus says that the Intellivision launched with a lot of educational games, and this helped propel the system. It was educational focused. However, the reality of the situation is Intellivision had 2 games for the Intellivision itself that were educational, math fun and word fun, the Electric Company games. The other games he mentions, Melody Blaster, which is a music game that didn't come out until 1983. Jetsons Wait with Words also did not come out until 1983. So that was 2 years after the system launched. So 2 years after it launched is how people thought of it as an educational gaming system.
Yeah, and I personally have Jetsons Ways with Words, or Way with Words. It's the worst fucking title ever on a game, but you actually needed the keyboard. I can't remember what they call the adapter, but you had this big, huge, clunky adapter that went into it.
Computer system.
Yeah.
The ECS.
Yes, and then that had a keyboard that plugged into that, and it was ungodly nightmare bulk of a thing. And I always liked plugging it in because obviously it was, to be honest, Jetsons is probably the most, I would say, like how do I say it? Like graphically intense and like. It's one of the biggest games that you can you look at it, you immediately know it's like, oh, it's got like a Jetsons look to it, and I think they'd even had like a little Jetsons theme at the beginning, if I'm if I'm correct, but I'd say it was like it was somewhat impressive, but it was a word game, so you had to have this thing all kind of set up. But yeah, that had come later. I don't initially think that was something that shipped that was right out of the gate, and that made Intellivision kind of a had to have
2 years later. And the other game that he mentions, Learning Fun, didn't ship until 1987, which is 6 years.
Ooh, yeah.
After, so 2 games that were educational came with the were shipped with the system. Meanwhile, Atari already had 4 educational games by 1981. So the idea that Intellivision was somehow more educational or education focused versus Atari is 100% not
inaccurate.
True. And I think by like 86, wasn't it on a downward spiral?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, it was done. Nintendo had a stronghold by then.
Then there's the chapter on the legacy of First. Where it talks about Intellivision being the first 16-bit console, which I think is debatable.
Yeah, very debatable.
Debatable on the fact that debatable that it's 16-bit, or debatable that it was the first one?
That it's 16-bit.
Okay.
I think there's like a technicality or something that technically
it's not 16-bit in the way that we talk about 16-bit and what we think about when we talk about stuff like Super Nintendo and stuff. So
it's like the Jaguar claiming that they were 64-bit, but because it was some weird way they could make it like that.
Right. The controller, he talks about the disc being better than a joystick. It's not true, even though because the disc, 64 directions, a joystick can go in 64 directions. It's not about the range of movement. It's about the game being programmed to understand said range of movement. The game only takes 8 points of input, then it doesn't matter what the stick moves.
Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of games that really honed in on that controller, and none really come to mind.
No.
Right. And like I said before, I think I said this last week, but the Nintendo 64 actually has omnidirectional on their thumbstick, and it inputs every single point on the 360-degree radius.
Really?
So, there you go. I think I think for credit, I think maybe Dracula did. I'm trying to understand if it had, because it's been so long since I've played mine, that if it had like nice precise movements in Dracula, it most likely didn't. But yeah, there's not much to really say. Like it was. I mean, it was different for the time. It was obviously, you had your pad and you had Atari, and I think that's why I gravitated towards my Intellivision so much as a kid. My buddy had an Atari, and I just hated the fact that Atari. I couldn't understand why anybody would want to just play with that stick and a button. To me, it was just foreign. So that's why I liked the Intellivision controller so much. But I'm in a very small group of people that enjoyed that controller.
Yeah. It talks about the IntelliVoice adding sound in games. But if anybody is a gaming historian or looks into it, Intellivision did not have the first game with sound. There was some obscure arcade cabinets that already had sound, voice.
But it was among the first, and it was definitely unique. Yeah, they didn't have much, and they weren't the first to the market with it. But
but this is called a legacy of first, Gary. It's not called the legacy of sort of first.
Well, to be fair, it could have been the first in-home. Maybe not the maybe not the maybe not the first, but maybe the first in-home, in console to have it.
Well, I'll give them that. That's not the claim being made. That's the problem. And then he goes on to talk about the sports license. And this is a quote from the book. If you are a fan of licensed sports games, remember that Intellivision is responsible for making them a reality. While Intellivision did have the first licensed sports game, the idea that would not eventually happen had Intellivision not did it is very asinine.
Yeah, that's ludicrous.
It was inevitable we'd eventually get a sports license game.
Yeah.
I mean, they were first. Credit where credit's due, but it wasn't like it was such a wacky and off-the-wall idea that no one else would have came up with the idea of contacting a sports organization and getting the license on the game.
Well, I mean, that's ludicrous. And to that point, there was already I'm pretty sure there were handheld baseball devices, right? Isn't there an old baseball handheld, almost like a Tiger Electronics?
Or not Mattel, yeah.
Was it? Maybe it was Mattel, but they've had there were things out before then, so it was only time before sports came to video games in the form of home consoles and stuff. So
yeah, and then we got a chapter called "Sharing the Love," which goes on to talk about the various compilation cards. The Evercade, the Intellivision Live stuff. One of the lines here that I thought was funny was it says, "These collections are made possible through a technology called quote-unquote emulation, which means that the software is programmed so that it simulates a recreated experience for the games." He used quotes on emulation, which would be incorrect. I mean, unless he doesn't think emulation is real. That's why he's like quote-unquote emulation.
And what's weird is that clearly in this sentence that you can tell who his audience is for this book, because I understand how he was using emulation, but you're speaking, if you want a younger audience to buy your book, I'm pretty sure they generally know what emulation is.
He's spelling it out for the boomers.
The proper way to have done this would be to put these collections are made possible through a technology called emulation, period. Emulation is software that is programmed so that it simulates a recreated experience for the games. You would turn that into two sentences. The first one using the word, the second one explaining what the word is that you think the audience might not be familiar with. In lieu of using a comma, explanation, comma, end of thought.
It's like
I'm not an English teacher, but I have taught a few English classes in my day, and so yeah. He goes on. He talks about the Intellivision flashbacks, and he quotes the unverified number of, I think, 1 million units sold or something. Yeah, it was sold at multiple retailers and can now be found through online resellers or auctions. No, I'm mistaken. He doesn't quote the number. He doesn't talk about the other plug and plays, though he has a picture of the other Intellivision plug and plays that are the controller. All right. So then he talks about the Dream Team. And he talks about the Blue Sky Rangers a bit. Keith Robinson. He lists a bunch of individuals. I'll go through the list here. Gabriel Baum, Don Daglow, Rick Levine, Mike Minkoff, and John Soule, and gives us no indication as to who these individuals are.
Yeah, I have no idea who those people are.
Yeah, I don't know who they are. The author doesn't tell us who they are or what contributions they've done, other than saying, hey, these guys were part of Intellivision, and here's their names.
Is this the first book that he's done, or has he ever written any other books, Cyrus?
Well, he wrote a movie, and he filmed it, and I think he's written for websites, because we went over that in a video once. I don't know if he's written any books, but yeah. So then on page 28, we finally get to Enter the Amico. He doesn't include all the goings-on with the Amico, obviously. Sort of glosses over a lot of things. He tells us how great Kami is.
Of course.
Then he talks about the team needed to bring the Amico to life. And again, this is where the author fails. I will quote from the book here. John Alvarado would join as chief technology officer. His background in game development extended from the days of 8-bit processors and included some of the most innovative titles ever made. He does not tell us what the titles are that John Alvarado has worked on or that were the most innovative. If the intention here is to talk about them and give information to who these people are and why they're important and why having them on the team is a good move, he doesn't go into any detail as to who these people are. If you don't have any familiarity with their background, you'll have no extra additional familiarity after reading the book. He talks about joining him. Mike Dietz took up the mantle of art director. His visionary contributions to the gaming world are rooted in some of the most beloved game titles and entertainment experiences ever attempted. Doesn't list them. I have no idea what games he's referring to.
Source, trust me, bro.
Yeah. Brilliant and industrious professionals like Nick Richards, Rob Johnson, Phil Adam, Hans Ippish, Jason Enos, Chuck Labella, Bill Fisher, Sumit Agarwal, and a host of other top-tier talent would all band together. Ellipses. Pooling all their capabilities and skills, ellipses, to help build Intellivision into a place where good things could happen, ellipses. A gaming company focused on better ideas, ellipses, better intentions, ellipses, and a return to a respect for the true needs of regular families seeking entertainment and inspiration. Again, no idea why I should care who these people are, right? Like, who are they? What did they do? Why is it important? You should really expand as to who these people are and why these people are important and why it is a good thing that they're part of Intellivision. So now we're in page 32, which is chapters. Here's another thing that's funny. Okay, so on the table of contents, we have chapters, right? But when we get to the book itself, like it says about Amico, but it doesn't say chapter 7 about Amico. It just says about Amico. Again, I guess it's a nitpick, but it's it's helpful to for the reader to know where they're at and what they're looking at. So we get to about Amico, and again, he talks about how the controller is very innovative, except as we've gone over many times, having a screen on the controller, not innovative. Having haptic feedback, not innovative. Having a microphone, not innovative. Having a speaker, not innovative. Having lights on the controller, not innovative.
Tony, it is, if you believe it is.
Motion controls, not innovative. I mean, he even mentions that motion control is similar to the Wii, but there's nothing in there that's innovative. A spinner It's not even a spinner. It's a 64 direction dial, sensitive disc. But we know that it doesn't operate as a spinner. And 64 directions is a lot less than 360 degrees, as dual analog sticks can give you. Again, it is about games being programmed to understand the input versus actually being able to move in that direction. Because you can move your analog stick in any direction. But if the game doesn't have a register for it, then it's not going to pick it up, obviously, right? The game can only move.
Tony, you glossed over 2 innovative features. First one is what other controller requires you to smack it to get it to sync up? That's one. 2, what other controller makes you think before you put the input, because there's the amount of input lag, so you have to, it's like a handicap, or it's the karma engine. That's the karma engine, where you have to like challenge yourself by guessing where it will go, whatever 10 frames in advance. That's innovation, man. No other controller does that.
That's it's like reverse haptic feedback. The controller needs to know that you're there too.
He doesn't talk about any of the actual games, as far as the content of the games, but he does mention the RFID cards, and he calls that innovative because now you'll be able to sell your digital copies. Days dropping back in.
Whoopsies.
So here's the thing that I don't think people understand. Computer games have licenses. You enter the license code and you play the game. Then you can unlicense your game, sell it online, or sell it at a store. Someone else puts the code in and they can play it. So being able to trade games with a license is not innovative. I know there's some digital games that are tied to that. I have a game. It's called Total Extreme Wrestling 2016. I got the 2020 version and the 2014 or 2012 version. Either way, basically it comes with a license. It's all digital. I download it. I get a license. I put the license in. I can then unlicense it, sell it to someone else, give them the license, and they can upload it to their computer and play the game. So it's not an innovative feature. It's not something that's widely used. Obviously, game companies want to make money, so they don't want you selling your digital games, but it's not innovative or unique to the Intellivision. But I think the book can be best summed up in these last 2 sentences here. And I quote from the book: Amico is the Italian word for friend. And I think that says it all.
Is that that really how it ends?
No, there's a thank you after that. The last line is thank you. But even in this, you would think there'd be no errors in this. Okay. So he says, Amico is the Italian word for friend. He put friend in quotes.
Well, that's fitting.
Friend, this is your friend.
Right. So that's incorrect. Secondly, he put the period after the quotation marks.
No, that goes inside.
Oh, inside.
Yeah. Third,
nitpick, but yeah.
Third, the word friend is capitalized for some reason.
Huh.
Oh.
Fourth, the word the is capitalized. The Italian, the is capitalized.
Tisk, Cyrus.
Fifth.
There's an ellipses before, and I think that says it all. So, I would not recommend this book. I would recommend it if you want a keepsake of the Amico saga. This book and my book, obviously, make good, interesting coffee table books. People might ask you about it, and you could have a discussion about Intellivision. If you're looking for accurate information, this book does not contain it. If you're looking for a delve into the mind of Cyrus, his backstory, his history, funny anecdotes of him playing the Intellivision, they're not in here.
And that's I'm kind of shocked that I thought that's where he would go with at least the first half of like the book. I think when we first heard about it, that was exactly what I thought it would be. Like, hey, this is like my history with the Intellivision, and then kind of like what I'm looking forward to, and then bullet points on why you should probably buy it. But the fact that he kind of left all of that out when on his initial pitch for selling the book on his channel, it's kind of how it came across he was going to delve into that side of it, which is kind of a bummer, because I think there is room for a good story of why the Intellivision is special to you, other than what it sounds like you're saying is that it's just a pitch to buy the Intellivision, having more material out there to reach more people, I guess.
Well, he does talk about his mom buying it and them playing together, but it's like one or two sentences, not like a whole.
Right, it's short-lived.
I want to get to this comment. It says, "This is reaching back pretty far, but how did that custom 2D chip make it into any of the presentations? It didn't. I think after Portland, that was it."
Yeah, and I was ridiculed by Tommy back on last year on Essex's channel when I pointed it out, and the wording that I always used was kind of incorrect, but people do remember that it was supposed to be, and I said that it was supposed to be better than the way I would always say it was that it was supposed to blow PlayStation, and it was supposed to blow the new consoles, 2D graphic games away. And I might have been wrong in saying that, but Tommy did say that it was supposed to have a custom 2D chip, and that, obviously that alludes to better looking games and stuff like that. So, but I was always told that I was wrong on that front.
I had not heard that before.
Yeah, Mike Garcia says no. He mentioned it also in live streams at the Portland Retro Game Expo 2018 for Days Gaming. Tommy made a presentation about the Amico, and he said either during the presentation or afterward, when they were asking questions, that it would have a custom 2D chip that would be able to make 2D graphics better than the PlayStation 4, which was the only one. The PlayStation 5 wasn't even out yet. So he was basically saying that he would have a custom 2D chip. Never materialized. There was no custom 2D chip. He's not getting better than PS4 is not happening. This book, it's not even like a reason to buy an Amico, which is weird because he's not really selling it. It's more like just listing off things and using $5 words to try to make it sound big.
Tony, I have a question. Does he feature the 10 Commandments?
No, 10 Commandments are not in here. Like I said, there's a page that is just the controller specs, and the only word written by Cyrus is the controller also includes a built-in battery that can be recharged. It's the next page. Like he actually put half a sentence on one page, and the rest of the sentence on the next page.
Wow.
So what do you think the point of this book is, Tony?
I don't know. I think to make a quick buck. I think he thought the Amico would be out and people would buy a book about it, about Intellivision coming back.
To be fair, again, let's remind everybody that this was, the profits and proceeds were going to charity, animal kill shelter, saving dogs and stuff like that. So I don't want us to get caught up and get accused of being jerks, but I just want to put that out there.
Oh, it's too late for that. We're accused of being jerks. When I said that I was going to review the book, when I made my little shorts, YouTube shorts, saying that I got the book and everything, I was already accused of showing my true colors.
Even though we supported and bought the book,
should be reviewed honestly. I got no animosity towards Cyrus. Like I said, I could improve this tenfold. If Cyrus wants to talk, he knows how to hit me up. I could help him improve this book and make it a lot better.
by leaving all the pages blank.
No, not even by leaving, like actually writing the book, because like I said, there are not a lot of personal anecdotes. There's not a lot of why he liked it, why he enjoyed it, personal stories. There's not even like, yeah, one day, I remember getting a new game and I ran home from school and me and my brother were playing it all night and my mom was making turkey and nothing. It's just like, yeah, I liked it. I played with my family. My mom bought it. It was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have focused
that's
more on the heart-to-heart experiences. I think that would have served him better.
He doesn't talk about Boston. He doesn't talk about Amico Fest. You would think that would be in there, right? It's not in there. Like I said, he talks about the people who are signed on to Intellivision without giving us any information as to who they are. Like anyone reading this book and like, well, who's Hans Ippisch? Like I don't like. He has the pictures of them, but they're not even labeled. So like, I wouldn't even know. If I didn't know who was who, I would be like, who are these people? And because the order of the pictures do not match the order of the names mentioned,
wow.
So you might think that Hans Ippisch is actually, Sumet, and Tommy Tallarico's picture is fifth. And the fifth name he mentions is what? Let's see, we got John, Mike, Steve, Nick, Rob. So Rob Johnson is the fifth name I'm seeing here. And the fifth picture would be Tommy Tallarico's picture in the book.
Maybe this was done strategically.
I'm not trying. I'm trying to help. I'm critiquing. So as maybe the second printing might be better.
Yeah, it needs a revision. In my opinion.
Yeah, I would be much more interested in hearing about Cyrus Martin himself. I mean, knowing like that his involvement with the Amico, like knowing like what has drawn him into. Why does he love Intellivision so much? Tell us some things. I mean, I don't know. That's how I would have done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need something more compelling.
Yeah. To me, the book feels more like and I'm not trying to be mean, but it feels like a sixth grader's persuasive essay trying to hit a word limit.
Oof.
Oh, God.
It was mean.
Yeah.
Was it mean?
I'm not trying to be mean, but.
I wasn't trying to be mean.
If that's what you think, that's your opinion.
You should see some of my cause I'm getting tired of people thinking that all I have ever done is Amico shit. Go to my website, look at my name. All right, I've done other things, and I've been 10 times as mean to other people than I've been to anybody involved in the Amico. All right, if this was anybody else, I would be ripping this to shreds and calling them names. I called the lady a cunt in one of my articles, all right?
Ooh,
oh, my God. Wow.
Tony's a well-rounded asshole.
Right. So when you imagine, like, Tony's being mean, like, just know that
I'm mean to everybody.
I've literally written an article in which I referred to a lady as a cunt, okay? Printed, published, got paid for it, okay?
Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
I don't think we're being too hard on it. I mean, it's criticism. It's fair.
So, like I said, there are small things that need to be fixed, like the chapters not having any page numbers, some of the punctuation, clear up the ellipses. I'd give it a once over as far as flow. It's very dry. For being something that's written in a personal, like this is a personal book from Cyrus, it's not like a instruction manual or a technical manual. This is supposed to be like Cyrus's thoughts. It's very dry, like no humor, no jokes, no connection to the audience. I feel no connection to the author because it's not a book. It's not like a novel, and it's not also like a textbook.
You could have shortened it and just made it
more like
an article. It seems like there's not a lot of content in there. No offense.
Oh, there's not. Like I said, there's 41 pages. There's 4 pages are blank. I think 4 pages have full page pictures. A lot of the other pages have pictures that take up, a good chunk of the page. And I'm pretty sure the font is not 8-point. I think it's 12 or 14-point font.
Oh, I used to do that. I used to do that in school. to try to make it bigger. Like just try to increase the font a little bit, like the size, a little bit by little bit to get it longer.
I could be wrong, but I mean, there's also a couple misprints, like where it says the page number, and I don't know if it's my book or if that's the way it printed out. When you get to page 33, half of 33 in pages cut off. So it could be a printing error. I might have a rare printing error book.
Ooh.
That's going to be valuable, Tony.
The pictures, here's another, if you're watching this, Cyrus, the pictures could use some captions. You know, just having a picture of the old controller with no caption, no nothing. You know, maybe a little information, little trivia or something.
Is there anything you like about the book, Tony?
It came quick. It was delivered in a very expeditious
Well, that's
manner.
that's not really about the book.
No, I can't say there's nothing I mean, like I said, there's not a lot there. There's nothing to, nothing I wanted was in this book. I didn't get any behind the scenes Amico stuff. Didn't get any behind the scenes into Cyrus's life.
And most of all, there was no mention of Tony TGD in the book.
Right, I didn't get a mention. There's not even the word hater. The hater's not even mentioned in this book.
They don't want to acknowledge us, so that doesn't surprise me.
There's a page of references and links. It's not a link. Let me just say this. It's not a link if it's on paper.
You put a link in the book?
Yeah, it says references and links.
You mean you can't click it?
Oh, man.
No, I can't. I'm trying. I'm touching it. It's not clicking. It's not like there's a scan, like, it's got like a barcode reader or something that I could scan. It's just literally like Intellivision, Wikipedia, HT. And right here is another error in the book. Everything is printed in blue on the references and links, except for the Intellivision link. So I think he messed up on the color. I think this was all supposed to be in black in the references, because the chapter titles are in blue, but the actual writing is in black. Except for on this page, it's kind of screwed up. So he didn't proofread. He didn't check his, his copy before he sent it out to be published. But like it has, HTTPS /en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Intellivision.
Did you really need about that, though?
He wrote that.
So Wikipedia link.
I think I'm going to write a children's book about the Intellivision Amico. Tommy and the cult.
Maybe like a Dr. Seuss book.
It's very light.
Yeah,
It's very light
exactly.
on actual content.
See Tommy run.
Yeah.
You don't even hear anything about his friendship
After
with Tommy.
after it has failed.
You would think that he would talk about how Tommy is friends with him and they discuss things, and Tommy's great love for Intellivision and how they bonded over the Intellivision and the games they like and whatever.
Yeah.
Something.
That's what we want to hear. That's what we want to see. The inside scoop.
Or he could have brought up his drunken rant when he hung out with Tommy.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk
Let's
the
hear
White
about
Claws.
that.
And how someone had to make a Snickers video about it.
No, but I'm saying, I'm being honest. I'm being 100% here. I mean, at the very least, I would roll my eyes if he was talking about him and Tommy bonding over Intellivision, but that would at least be something.
No, that's juicy. That's something to sink your teeth into.
That's what I'm saying.
That sets you apart from any other just random book about Intellivision or whatever.
Very dry.
Yeah.
Like I said, very dry. It's
Come
like
on,
he's
Cyrus. You're
talking
better than
at-
that, dude.
Here's the best criticism I can give you, Cyrus, if you're watching this, or if anybody sends this to you or tells you. The book feels like you're talking at people. You're not talking to them. So
Yeah.
And again, I've written things. I've been paid to write things. I have things published. I've had people critique my work, go over my work. kind of know what I'm talking about sometimes. Not always, but in this field, pretty sure that this would be a bad book.
Oh, Cyrus.
But I think that's it. I don't want to. We're kind of getting into the repetition period here. I don't recommend it as a book, as a keepsake, or if you want to donate to charity. Cyrus says you can hit him up for a PDF version, and just donate to charity if you don't want the actual physical book. I will put a link to Cyrus's video in the clip. I don't have a link now, but when I make the clip, there'll be a link to Cyrus's video, so you can contact him. I'm not going to put his email out there, even though he put it out there for you to contact him. But if I do it, people like lynch me and burn me at the stake. So I'll just link to his video where he does it himself.
I think Chupacabra is mad at us.
Uh-oh.
Why is Chupacabra mad? What'd I miss? You people are garbage. I've heard that before. The White Claw Chronicles. I'm not sure how I'm garbage.
We were pretty garbage. We were like, we could have been way worse. We're like, oh, this book is stupid. He's so, we do like that. I think we were fairly fair.
I prefer the term trash. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not garbage. I could have been meaner. I could have really came down on it. It's shallow. There's no depth to anything he talks about. He's wildly inaccurate on things. There's no depth to anything. It's not persuasive. It's not informative. It's not interesting. There's no stories that I'm like,
he was joking.
Man,
yeah, he was
Cyrus.
joking.
Oh, okay. Good to hear.
You guys are so sensitive. Jeez.
Oh,
what are you? Amico cults?
Sorry, Chupacabra. We apologize.
I do think maybe we should write a kid's book. Dazed has a good idea.
I'm thinking about it.
I think it should be one of these type of books where you read to your kids, like one of those ones where you have to scare your kids into doing stuff, like make sure you clean your room or brush your teeth, otherwise you get the Amico, and it's like and then at the end, like they have a dream sequence, and then it's like it's a nightmare, and then they wake up and they're like, I'll never do that.
I think an Amico book in the form of like a C-Spot run would just be better.
I was actually going to write a children's book at one point. It's called, I got the name. No one steal this idea. Copywriting the idea right now. I was going to do a children's book because you know how you got to teach kids how to use the potty? There's always potty books. Those things always sell. So my book is going to be called It's Your Turn to Feed the Potty. A kid's guide to pooping. And in my book, the potty is going to be alive, and it subsists on poop. So if you don't feed the potty, it dies. And do you want to kill the potty? No.
And it has to drink pee-pee.
Yep.
Oh, boy. Do you feed it up the Amico too?
How about like one like Elf on the Shelf, but we'll have like John Alvarado on the shelf.
There's so many. I would love to see like something. There's so many characters in this saga that would make a great story. All the cult members, all of everyone, Tommy and everyone.
That's why Ninja Kitty's making a game on Pulp.
That's the plan. A GRPG. I guess it'd be a CRPG. But,
are you?
I have many ideas.
That's cool.
All you guys can be in it too.
Yay!
I wish I could I wish I had a little bit more to it, and I knew how to draw, because I'd have summons, and I would.
Here's the thing: you haven't asked me to lend my artistry skills. If you can get the coding and get all that technical stuff done, I could definitely do the artwork.
Like, would you be able to, if I wanted to summon Carl and then a whole German army descends down and
that's your power-up weapon?
Mike Garcia says he's going to wait for the author Brett Weiss Amico book. Mike, it is author Brett, author Weiss, author, the world-famous author.
Has he done a video lately, or no? He's just MIA.
I think he went to some expo or something. I don't know. The last time I checked in on him,
He never came back.
never came back. But yeah, I could have been a lot harsher. I was expecting, I had so many expectations for what the book was going to be. My mind was going crazy with, I was going to hear stories of them playing the Amico, playing Intellivision, comparing the Intellivision to the Amico, and how his childhood memories were matching up with his new adult memories, and they were melding together in some sort of kaleidoscope of Swiss cheese brain, and nothing. Nothing. Very disappointed.
Wow.
Well, it's the story of the Amico. Very disappointing.
Yeah. So from one very bad book to I think we're going to go to a very bad game. It is something that was too hot for YouTube last week. They gave us R. They gave us a hard R rating. They said you got to be 18 or older to watch the video, which was a.
Oh no.
So we got Gary, Ninja Kitty, Days Gaming, and of course Blinded Braille. And we're gonna play a round of Celebrity Butt Challenge.
Yeah.
This week.
I think you need to change the name to Pass That Ass.
That would automatically get us flagged. We just. But again, I got 6 asses and a bonus ass. It is all beachwear. The sex god is in the house. So this one's going to get spicy. Put the kids to bed. Send the spouse to the other room. So we're about to get a little bit dirty.
Doors are closed in there. The wife and kids are in that room. Yeah, let's do this.
Whoa.
At least he didn't say the lube was out.
Kleenex has been
There's the heavy breathing.
I'm all ready to go.
Oh.
Please don't breathe heavily.
Ooh,
Got a little preview before I even got the thing out.
that was nice.
Missed it.
Again, just a reminder before we get into the actual game, these are celebrities. These are not Instagram models. These are not YouTubers. These are not people on Twitter. These are not models. These are actual celebrities. They are musicians, movie stars, TV stars.
Most of the time, Disney stars.
Disney stars. It is no sports stars. I don't think you guys know female wrestlers, so I wasn't going to use that. And I don't know everybody. Like, I'm an old man. I don't keep up with all the young kids are watching. So most of these are going to be like older women or women that I would know.
That's a good thing, Tony.
Not necessarily, but I mean.
Are these pictures are going to be these older women from today or from 30 years ago? Because
they're old now, but for some reason this is messing up. What the hell's going on here? Cheeks with the is StreamYard screwing up again and not getting any chat?
No, I see yours popped up.
Yeah, but it's cut off for me. Like the last person is cut off for some reason.
I see everything.
All right, there it is. When I shared the screen, it cut off the bottom of the chat for some reason. Very weird, very weird. All right, ladies and gentlemen, mostly gentlemen, we are here to play another round of Celebrity Butt Challenge. This week we're doing a beach edition, so it's all going to be bathing suits and bikinis.
Oh, yeah.
These are all famous individuals, male or female. You never know with this game.
It's my duty to guess that booty.
It is. We're going to find out whose knowledge of celebrity posterior will reign superior. Who knows what's below a celebrity's back that will take them to the head of the pack. So let's go ahead and share the first screen. We already got a preview of it, but we're gonna go ahead. And I think, oh yeah, we could. So Gary, you're the first to go. Are you going to take a guess? Pass that ass.
Look, it looks like they might be in like Brazil or something, but I'm gonna pass it over to Ninja Kitty.
Ninja Kitty, new guy on the block. Are you taking a guess? Or are you gonna pass that ass? Anthony EFX says that belongs to DJC.
I will pass.
All right, we got the Sex God, Blinded Braille. Are you taking a guess? Are you passing that ass?
I'm gonna pass that ass.
All right, and we're at our last contestant, Days Gaming.
I've got to pass.
Oh, he's passing. All right, we're down to 2 points on this one. No one had a guess, but your clue, Gary, is this is a celebrity singer.
God damn it.
It's the only clue you get.
A celebrity singer. I'm gonna pass.
Ooh. Well, it looks like Ninja Kitty. Are you going to take a stab at this, or are you going to pass that ass?
I don't know much singers, so I have to pass.
Sex God, Blinded Braille for 2 points. You passing that ass, or are you taking a stab at it?
I'm gonna pass. That guess was vague, so pass.
Days Gaming, can you do it, buddy?
I'm gonna guess Ariana Grande.
Days Gaming says
Wow.
Ariana Grande.
That's quite an ass for Ariana Grande.
That is not Ariana. Nostalgia.
I don't know many singers.
Saggy Mills.
Saggy Mills. No, it's not Saggy Mills.
How would you know,
All
Tony?
right, that means we're back to Gary. All right. Let me see if we can get a good clue here for you. Cause I don't want to make it too obvious, and I don't really know that much about the individual in question. All right, so this is a singer from the UK who released a song about not getting back together with your ex-boyfriend, but then she shortly got back together with her ex-boyfriend.
From the UK. Okay. I'm gonna say, could this be, what's her name? Melanie B, the Spice Girl.
Gary guesses Mel B.
Mel
That
B.
is incorrect. Ninja Kitty, you're up. Last chance to guess, Ninja Kitty.
Jesus Christ. I think it'd be someone more recent than a Spice Girl, which just makes it. I don't know.
You might as well just throw a guess out.
You have to guess.
I don't
That's
know
why
any. I don't know
that's
any.
why I guessed, because I couldn't think of any other pop artists from the UK.
Adele.
Yeah, I'll go with Adele.
That is incorrect. It is not Adele. Sex God, Blinded Braille, the first winner. Nostalgia says Selena Gomez. That is incorrect.
UK, from the UK.
From the UK.
Yeah.
Gomez is not a UK name?
Gomez.
We need your answer, Blinded.
He's thinking. This is important, Tony.
I already said Adele, so it can't be her.
I would have probably not guessed that. She doesn't look like that. So,
that was the joke.
She got sick. She did lose weight recently, but
it'd be flabbier than that, though.
I mean, she looks pretty good, though.
Yeah, she does.
Fuck. I really can't guess. Like, I don't know.
I mean, you might as well throw a name out there, right?
Fuck, I don't know. Fuck. Dupla? I don't know. She's from the UK. She kind of looks
Who?
like that. Yeah, exactly. You probably would know.
I didn't hear what you said.
It's I can't even pronounce her name. It's like Dupla or something. Starts with a D. Just forget it. That's my guess. Just fuck it.
Something with
It's
a
wrong
D.
anyway.
The correct answer was Dua Lipa.
That's
Yeah,
it.
that's what
He got it.
Yes, I got it right then.
Yeah,
Blind
we give
he
him
got a point.
we give him a point for that.
I couldn't
Yeah.
pronounce her name.
I don't even know who that is, so I would have never guessed.
She's a
Being
UK singer. As you can see here, pictured here.
I didn't know she was from the UK though. I thought she was from like somewhere else.
Yeah, I didn't know she was from the UK. I thought she was from like Brazil or something.
Yeah, she does have that look. I thought she was some other European country, like Romanian or something.
So that first one was a little tricky, but I'll try to get better clues next time.
Yeah, Tony, come on.
It wouldn't have made a difference.
No, it wouldn't. I would have never guessed. You could have said it starts with a D, and I would have no idea.
Is that how far we're gonna have to go? We're like, this person's name starts with a.
It rhymes with.
There was one, but apparently I forgot to load it up. So.
Oh shit!
It was a big one too. It would have been really.
A big ass.
It was huge. It's a huge ass.
Take a while. That might be taking a while to load.
All right. So this next one.
Why is that funny?
It was anticlimactic.
No, I said there was going to be a big one, but it didn't load. I believe we are on Ninja Kitty. You get the first guest. Who is this ass belong to?
Can you do like more than one guess, or are you only allowed like one guess per round?
Once you guess, you're done.
That's it. If you
get 3 points though. You get 3 points though.
I guess it's the risk reward. I think I'll give it a single round.
It's the Karma Engine at work.
I'll pass for the first round.
All right, we got Blinded Braille. Is that who's up next? Yep, Blinded Braille. What is your guess?
I'm gonna pass.
We're passing. Days Gaming.
I'm gonna pass that ass, Tony.
F1JV says that's itty bitty. Yeah. We're at Gary. Do you want to pass or do you want to take a stab at that ass?
I'm gonna pass that ass.
Got a little dimple in it or something.
It's like CSI guy here, man. Holy. Won't he feel silly when he finds out this is Tony's ass?
Oh, shit.
It is.
That would be hilarious.
Ninja Kitty.
Oh, my God.
Your first clue is this ass belongs to a celebrity who made their debut on a CW television show.
Come on.
Oh, God.
I don't.
Oh, I think I know who it is. I think I know who it is.
I don't even know what CW is.
Hold
What
on,
is that?
CW or WB? Is it old
CW?
or is it CW? So it's newer. Okay, or I might not know who it is. I think I know who it is, but
for? I don't have that.
Well, that's right. You're Canadian. Either way, that's
Like
that's
country
cool.
western or something, or what?
No, it was like the Warner Brothers channel. I don't know what it stands for now, though.
Yeah,
It was the
it's just like
WB
it's
was
like
the Warner Brothers, but
it's like a crappy, just like you got NBC, ABC, and Fox. Like it's
got a bunch of teen dramas on it.
Right.
Yeah, girly
yeah.
shows.
The shows that I always watch. I'll have to pass.
Blinded Braille, Sex God. Pass that ass, or are you taking a stab?
I'm gonna pass.
Days Gaming. Do you want to pass that ass or take a stand?
Oh God. I'm gonna play it safe and pass.
Gary, you knew who it was. Do you want to take a guess?
No, I was thinking something older. I probably still know either like from what show this woman could be from, but I don't know the actor's name. So I'm gonna pass to see if I can get a better clue.
Are you assuming the gender of the individual?
It better be a woman's ass.
Put your pants back on, Gary.
Stop breathing so heavy.
All right, so we're back to Ninja Kitty, and because he does not know what the CW is, this particular celebrity plays a comic book character.
God damn it!
Television show.
I'm right. I don't know the name though. I know what show. Do I get any points if I know what show?
No, but I will give you points if you know the character that the person plays.
I would have no clue. Nothing.
You have to guess.
Okay, I will guess. Since I don't watch comic book shows, I would have no clue. So we'll do Adele.
Incorrect. It is not Adele. Now, 1 Inch Bicep says Kristen Ritter.
No.
That is incorrect. And you spelled her name wrong.
She was never on the CW.
No, he might have missed the first clue. But go ahead, Blinded Braille, Sex God. Do you have a guess?
I'm gonna guess the girl that's Supergirl.
Melissa Benoist?
Yes.
That is not her ass.
Yeah. Okay.
Days Gaming, do you have a guess?
God, I don't watch the CW at all. Batgirl. Is there a Batgirl show?
There's 2 of them.
These guys are taking my play. This is unfair.
There's 2 of them.
I shouldn't have said nothing.
Yeah, I don't know the one that came out first.
The last one.
That would be Ruby Rose. And no, this is not Ruby Rose's ass.
Okay.
Gary, you knew who it was. Who is this ass? Gary?
I actually was gonna guess the Supergirl's ass, but I'm trying to think of the other. So he said Batgirl, he said Supergirl. Those were the ones I can't remember what the last ones were, what the last shows that came out where the superhero.
Gary, you're assuming
ones,
it's a female.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's it could be a dude's ass. I mean, that is a funky. It's a funky ass. Maybe it is a dude. Maybe it's a European dude.
You notice there are no hips. I don't see any hips.
Right. Maybe it is a dude's ass. That's why we were laughing at the beginning. I don't know. I'm gonna have to.
Is the Flash on there? I picked the Flash.
Hand.
That guy's not. My old lady watched the Flash series, and there's no way that's that dude's ass. That's an American dude. No way he's wearing a thong. I don't know.
You gotta give a guess, Gary.
I don't even have a good guess.
Say the Flash.
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 I thought Catwoman was a colored lady.
All right. Since Gary has
There's no
guess,
Catwoman.
we're gonna go ahead and reveal
You can be feeling silly when it's the Flash.
who the heck belongs to.
See, it's the Flash. No.
It is.
That is Camila Mendez, who plays Betty on Riverdale.
Ah.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know the character.
What is that? That was from. Is that
Archie Comics.
Yeah. That okay.
I didn't say it was a superhero show. You guys made
No, you said comic book. You did. There was Archie Comics.
Okay.
That was misleading, but yes.
We assumed.
We did.
Tony, you made an ass out of you, and well, not or not you, but yeah, made an ass out of me and the rest of us guys.
Yeah.
Okay, this one's way too big. Wow. This picture is huge. Take up the whole screen.
Oh, jeez.
Well, that's just weird.
He's got the weird
There's
butt
hair
shots
on it.
today.
There's hair on it.
Well,
Is it
mostly
hair or sand?
That's high def.
There's
Oh,
hair.
there is. There's butt beach vibes.
That's definitely a man's ass. There's a cut on it. On the
Blind
left
Braille.
side.
You are you're up first. Do you want to guess or pass that ass?
This is definitely a European man's ass.
Skip.
All right. Days Gaming, do you want to take a
Yeah,
guess?
I got to pass.
Nobody's taking a stab at this.
Gary, do you want to take a stab at this ass? Or do you
No,
want to
thank you. I'll pass.
That brings us to Ninja Kitty.
Well, we have to break this down, guys. So it's a European one, we know. Probably on the beach, French. I'm leaning towards Gerard Depardieu, but I think I'll pass. Just I'm not sure.
Oh my goodness!
Blinded Braille gets the first crack at the clue. This is an ass that
I think
belongs
Gary's
to
dying.
a Disney Channel star. Former.
Another Disney Channel? Oh my god.
So it is in Gerard then.
You're killing me.
Pass.
Days Gaming, do you have a guess?
Since nobody's got any right, I'm going to pass. Try to get that 1 point.
Gary.
Stop laughing.
It's not Gerard. He's a little more rotund.
Can I have the clue again?
What was that? You want the clue again? The clue is this ass belongs to a former Disney Channel star. That means they're no longer on the Disney Channel.
I'm trying to think of who would have been like. I mean, American men just don't wear shit like this. It has to be like a European dude. If this is a dude, if this is a woman's ass, she's got a dude's ass. But I guess I'll have to pass. Nothing's coming to mind. So,
Ninja Kitty.
I'm gonna make a guess. I think she was on Disney. I'm gonna go with Selena Gomez.
Ninja Kitty guesses Selena Gomez.
that's not a Selena Gomez.
Incorrect.
Damn it!
That butt's way too pale.
All right, Blinded Braille. You get the second clue. This celebrity has a famous father and a not so famous sister.
Ah,
These clues suck.
Shit.
Father.
I know who it is now.
Oh, Miley Cyrus.
Oh, yes.
No. Fuck, I just get it. That was a bad answer. Fuck.
No, that's
Because
a
I don't
good
think-
answer.
I don't think she has a sister. You said sister, right?
Yeah, not so famous sister.
I think that's a good guess, man.
What was the guess? I didn't hear it.
I said Miley Cyrus.
Hannah Montana.
Yeah.
Blinded Braille has guessed Miley Cyrus. And in fact, that is Miley Cyrus' ass.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You doubted your
Yeah.
answer.
Because I couldn't remember what's her sister's name. Like,
I shouldn't have said nothing. Yeah, she doesn't. She doesn't really keep her body toned.
No.
oh,
She's just
pretty
kind of
skinny.
all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike
And you
Garcia
guys thought
did
it was a
guess it
dude.
ages ago, but I
Did he?
couldn't give it away. I couldn't, I had to pretend
Yeah, I
like
don't
I
have.
didn't see your answer.
I don't have the chat pulled up.
Her father is famous.
Achy
And she
breaky
has
heart.
a younger sister,
Billy Ray.
Noah Cyrus, that is not as famous, but she's getting there. Blinded is winning 2-0.
Oh, he did guess one, right? That's right.
Yes.
In Days Gaming, he gets to start
Oh
this one. off.
God.
Oh, jeez.
That hand looks like man hands. I'm passing, man. I got nothing on this. Why would a guy ever wear that? I would feel so embarrassed.
Chappie, the modem is not the problem. I had a train going by, and that always messes up my Wi-Fi.
Yeah, go back to those hands, Tony. Oh, sorry. I was zoomed in a little bit, looking at the last one.
All right, Gary. Days has passed, so Gary, it's on you. Tap that ass.
I'm going to pass that ass.
Ninja Kitty.
Can you zoom out a bit? I need to see that right arm, that right hand.
Please.
It's a pretty straight body there. Kind of looking. Are they all celebrities? Like, do we consider people from the Amico stuff celebrities? No.
No. People from
So
the
it's not
Amico
Brett
stuff
Weiss.
are not. No, it's not Brett Weiss.
I'll
Is that your
pass.
guess?
No. I pass.
Blinded Braille. Do you have a guess on who this celebrity's ass is?
Pass.
So we're back to Days Gaming. This celebrity played a hero on a TV show.
Wow.
Oh God. What is his name?
Thank you.
The guy that played Superman. What was his name? The one guy that played on the TV show, the Superman.
Dean.
Yes, Dean Cain.
Dean Cain.
I wasn't thinking. That was incorrect. That was the wrong person, but I'm going to go with Dean Cain. It's the only way we can catch Blinded Braille. We have to start guessing in the second round.
Dean Cain.
It is not Dean Cain's ass.
Christopher Reeves. Oh, Chappie.
Christopher Reeves. George Reeves, yes. George Reeves.
Dean Cain's darker than that. Come on now.
True.
Gary
Christopher
Brown.
Reeves.
You have to be standing.
He wouldn't be standing, right?
That's terrible. This could be an old picture before the accident.
It's too high def.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to pass. I need another clue.
Ninja Kitty, do you have a guess, or are you passing that ass?
Well, I do not think it's the guy from Smallville. Pretty sure it's female.
Wasn't his name Brandon something or other?
Probably Middle Eastern. I need another guess, so I'll pass.
Blind Braille, do you want to pass?
Wait, the guess was the character is. I mean, sorry, the actor is played a hero. Not that they're played a hero on TV, right?
Right.
Okay.
The celebrity, the ass of this celebrity was a hero on a television show.
Oh, television show. Okay, pass.
Days Gaming has been knocked out, so we're going to Gary, who's going to get the second clue. If you save this celebrity, you will save the world.
I know who it is. It is a woman. It is a woman. What the fuck? I know who it is. What the hell's her name? She was in the Titan movie. What the fuck's her name? Hayden Pantier, or whatever the fuck her last name is. That's who my answer is.
Gary has guessed Hayden Panettiere or some shit like that. And that is correct.
Wow. God, I swore that was a dude.
Everybody's a dude.
That second clue was a dead giveaway. And I was actually thinking that it kind of was when you said it was a hero. The first thing I thought in the way you said it was Heroes, because you was on the show Heroes. So I'm in the lead, bitches.
No, you're not. Blinded Bro has 2.
2-1.
Oh, you got 2. That's right. Damn it.
Balding
All
Bob
right.
Ross.
Guess I'm
Balding
the
Bob.
bitch.
Balding Bob Ross is a boob man.
If you ever do boobs, can I join the show? We might do boobs eventually. It's
Side
harder
boob.
to trick you with a dude's boobs because it's obvious when it's a dude's boobs.
All right, the picture's a little bit better now that you zoomed out. We know who this belongs to. Can we all agree on that?
No.
Ooh, I like that water drip.
Yeah, that's definitely not a guy's.
And that's is it a
And we
birthmark
are
or a
back
bruise?
on Gary.
Are you sure, Dazed? Have you been to Thailand before?
No.
I'm going to have to pass on this one. This is difficult.
That's what she said. Ninja Kitty, do you have a guess?
How many more rounds do we have?
We got 3 more pictures. For this one and then 2 more.
Okay, so I don't have to go Hail Mary yet. I'll pass.
Blinded Braille, do you have a guess? You're in the lead with 2 points.
Pass.
Days Gaming, you are trailing far behind.
Selena Gomez.
Days Gaming has guessed Selena Gomez.
If you get this,
That
I'll
is incorrect.
Damn it.
I'm gonna be pissed.
Selena Gomez.
I Hail Married it.
All right, Gary, your first clue. This celebrity is part of the MCU.
Jesus Christ.
If I don't see, the next clue is gonna give it away, but I think I'm gonna throw a Hail Mary here
Okay.
and say it's what's her name? Ashley Olsen? The other Olsen, the third Olsen.
The Olsen twins.
No, the third Olsen. It's her first name. I can't remember.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Olsen.
Elizabeth Olsen. There you go. That's my guess is. If it's not, everybody else is gonna guess Scarlett Johansson. I'm fucked. But I'm going with Elizabeth Olsen.
Gary's guess of Elizabeth Olsen is incorrect. That takes us to Ninja Kitty, who is also trailing behind.
You said it's MCU universe? That's
Yes.
that thing? I will go with Brie Larson.
Ooh.
Hers
This is
is
another Brie
flatter.
Larson one.
Oh,
I'm
he
yeah,
watched
we
last
looked
week.
at that last week.
Oh, I didn't watch last week. Do I get a second?
But this is not Brie Larson.
Damn it.
Blinded
Wah, wah,
Braille.
wah.
Robert Downey Jr.
Do you want to take a guess?
It's some Iron Man song there.
Come on,
You're in the
just guess
lead.
Scarlett
gonna
Johansson.
pass.
Get over with. Oh, what? No.
He wants that last. He's got 2 points.
We
He
did-
wants that last clue.
We did Scarlett Johansson before.
It's not.
Okay. So the last clue is this celebrity starred on a Disney Plus television series.
Damn it.
Oh, I don't know her name. I can't remember her name.
Well, the only one who can guess is Blinded. So
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. I was.
Oh shit.
I have a guess.
Just say Scarlett Johansson.
Oh, it's.
No, she was not on there. So
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, I do too, but I can't think of her name. But I know the character she played.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about now. Oh, damn it.
fuck.
Okay, Gary.
She's got that same kind of like skin tone. That olive skin.
Blinded, do you have a guess?
Oh, yeah.
Fuck. I gotta think. The Marvel show's not related to the Disney Plus show. There's you can't say.
Yeah, you said Disney Plus. I would assume.
No, fuck. I can't guess. I gotta my brain is all messed up.
Oh god.
Bob Saget. Caitlyn Jenner.
No.
Amico says, "What's Agatha's ass look like?" You could ask Retro Show. He knows. So we had no one guess. This
Fuck,
ass
yeah, I guess.
belongs to
The Scarlet Witch.
I think it's Gina Carano.
No, that was Elizabeth Olsen. This is
Who is this?
Oh, is that her name? I didn't know that. I didn't know that was her name.
who is this?
This is Haley Steinfeld. Haley Steinfeld.
Oh,
What does she play? Was she like an extra?
Like Hawkeye.
Oh, okay.
oh boy. Yeah, I didn't
watch
watch Hawkeye.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, I didn't watch Hawkeye.
It didn't look like her from
Sasha Banks. These are pretty good ones. Betty White. Ooh, too soon, man. Too soon.
Ooh. Look at that.
Damn.
Look at that peach.
That's a J-Lo
I
movie.
believe
That's a
we are at Ninja Kitty. He gets the first crack.
Kirstie Alley. No, wait.
You boomer.
It is a big butt.
Is that your guess?
No. I will say J-Lo. That was a good one, though. I'll go for
Damn
it.
it. She would wear something like that, though. The way
I
it's
can't
cut.
hear you over the train.
he
He said J-Lo.
J-Lo.
He's stealing my answer.
Ninja Kitty saying J-Lo.
Whoa, Hail Mary.
No, I should have never said nothing.
Uh,
God damn it.
Gary, I really didn't think it was Kirstie Alley. That was just a joke.
You would have never guessed J-Lo. I want a point. You give me a point, god damn it.
No. Who else has a gigantic
Lots
ass
of women.
that's not black? That's like,
Damn it.
Oh, man.
They'd have never
we are-
said
we are
that.
at
I'd
our
never said
last.
nothing. Damn it.
Last ass.
I'm going to lose my title this week. They would
strongly
have
say
that
that's not
tied
gonna
him
be a
up,
dude,
didn't
but
it?
No, actually, Ninja Kitty's in the lead.
I know who this is. I got this. I got this.
Well, Blinded Braille gets the first crack at that ass.
I'm taking the win, baby.
I'm sure
Blinded.
that's something to be proud of.
Do you want to guess, or do you pass that ass?
I passed.
Days Gaming. You could tie up Ninja Kitty. You take your guess.
Kylie Jenner.
Days Gaming has guessed Kylie Jenner, and that is incorrect.
Damn it.
Gary, he says he knows who this ass belongs to. He can
Okay.
get the win.
This was a picture that was in the tabloids or whatever. It was a very I believe it was. And if I think I know who this is, then I'll be super happy. I think it's an older person. It's got to be Jennifer Love Hewitt's butt. This was a controversial picture. I'm almost positive it's Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Gary, who's trawling the National Enquirer. He's been doing his homework. He's been looking things up. He has guessed Jennifer Love Hewitt, and of course, that is incorrect.
Oh, it wasn't a controversial picture. Well, I went for it. I went
Ninja
for
Kitty,
it.
You had to. We had to. We had no
you're in
choice.
the lead.
I will pass because I don't know.
Pass. All right, Blinded Braille. I'm going to give you your clue. If you guess on this clue, you will win the game. Your knowledge of celebrity posterior will reign superior. If not, Ninja Kitty cannot be beat if you don't guess correctly here. However, you could still tie him. This ass belongs to a celebrity that was on the Disney Channel.
Oh,
man,
you
more
son
than
of a bitch.
You okay,
Tony,
Gary?
you suck.
You got to
Should have
guess.
waited for the
Blinded.
clue.
Oh man, Yeah, I'm done. I lost. I passed.
Oh, now it's so easy.
Ninja Kitty, for the win. You have a guess.
Nope, I'll pass.
Can I play for second place, Tony?
No.
Damn it.
Blinded Braille.
You can still
Your
tie.
clue is. Hold on. I don't want to make this too easy because I still want to give Ninja Kitty, the guest, some sort of chance. Let's see here. This celebrity has a less famous older sister. When I say less famous, I mean the sister attempted to be a celebrity but never made it.
Oh, I think I know who that is.
Do you have a guess, Blinded, to tie it up?
If you've been paying attention every week, this should be obvious, I think.
Again? He's using it again? Hillary Duff again? I don't even know if she has older sister.
Blinded Braille has guessed Hillary Duff.
I don't
Of
think
course.
she has a
You
sister.
son
Oh,
of a
In a
bitch.
row, making it onto the countdown.
You
Oh
threw
my
that
God.
bone for me, and that was to win the game, and I failed.
It was Hillary Duff. So we have a tie. Ninja Kitty at 3 points.
That's what you get, Ninja
Blinded
Kitty.
Braille at
I gave
3
you the
points.
J-Lo answer.
You did not give it. Gary, you can spend your week training harder by scouring the net. Tell your wife, hey, Nene, I'm busy. Looking up buttons.
That cake has appeared on this show for 3 weeks in a row.
It's raw. I know.
Yeah, I think we need a tiebreaker between Blinded Braille and Ninja Kitty. We can't end in a tie. So
We did week 1, didn't we?
No, week 1 he won.
Or what did we end? We ended something on a tie, and I lost naturally.
We had the tiebreaker question. That was the point. Here we go. Okay. This is the ass that I was going to use that I couldn't get earlier, but we got it now.
It's gonna be a dude's ass. No, no, that's not a dude's ass.
Ninja Kitty and Blinded Braille, the first person to name this ass, will win it all. This ass, and you can guess at any time.
It's a nice ass. You're right, but you. No, go on.
He just likes saying that name.
This ass belongs to a famous singer.
Oh. If it's Adele, I'll punch you.
It's possible.
No guesses?
No.
It's pretty thick. It looks a bit older.
Yeah,
it's Fergie.
It's a late 30s, 40-year-old butt.
I'm thinking
Blinded
40s.
Braille, guess?
It's a mom butt.
No, I can't guess.
All right, so neither one has taken a guess.
Well, I guessed it was Fergie from like Black Eyed Peas.
That's your guess? Ninja
No.
Kitty, Fergie?
I don't think Fergie's got that big of an ass.
Yeah.
This ass belonged to a celebrity who left a singing group.
Ooh.
Singing group.
Oh. Wait. Is this Jerry Halliwell?
This is not Jerry Halliwell's ass. Which means, Blinded Braille, you have a chance to win it all here.
He gets one more clue though if he passes, right?
Yeah, I need another clue.
You need another clue. This celebrity dated Shawn Mendes.
Oh, what's that? She was in Cinderella. I forget her name.
Was she in Cinderella? I gotta look that up. Hold on. Yes.
Cinderella.
Yeah, she was. 'Cause you
That
said a
could,
singing group.
The chat.
that could.
I didn't know she was this
so-
light, though. Yeah, you said she was in the singing group, right?
So that's your
Baby
guess?
Spice. Betty White. Carl.
Blinded Braille
Taylor
says
Swift butt is not that big.
that ass
Yeah, I was
belongs
right.
to Camilla Cabello. Blinded Braille has won. Once again, he's regained his crown after a week off.
Damn.
Yeah, she got really, really, really big ass.
Damn.
Mhm.
You guys were, she's only like 20 something.
Mhm.
You guys were way off. Like 40-year-old ass. That was another edition of Celebrity Butt Challenge. This is probably going to be too hot for YouTube. It'll be age restricted, but we're going to put the clip up anyway. If you want to join, if you want to be part of Celebrity Butt Challenge, let me know. We'll get you on the panel. You can challenge Blinded Braille, the sex god, for his crown. And until next time.
I thought I was going to lose.
I think this is the segment that needs love, peace, and booty grease. All right.
Oh, boy.
We got a celebrity in the house.
Hey, Turbo Joe.
The real Turbo Joe, but apparently he's here. Dump truck game coming to the Amico. It's going to be sliding puzzles. It's going to be a picture of an ass. You know, where you
Lot.
slide
No, they'll just call it lot lizards.
Oh, boy.
Hey, we should make an Amico game like for this. Be good with the touchscreen.
Hell yeah. You got to spank it? The touchscreen?
Yeah.
They actually got a game in Japan where it's an ass. It's an arcade machine, and you got to paddle the ass.
Oh, my.
Well, how about you just use the picture, the image, and then you play like a spot the difference game. That I think would work on the Amico controller.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get this arcade machine up. It's called Boonga Boonga Spankum Arcade.
Boonga boonga.
Of course it is. They blocked it. Oh my god. Oh.
What's going on over there?
Touchdown! Wow,
Oh, shit.
touchdown!
Somebody's a little excited.
That was out of context.
Who's fapping?
I'm sorry. The playoffs are on right now, football.
As you can see,
Oh,
it's
that
got
looks
a
pretty
fake
cool.
ass. And you spank the ass.
Oh, my God.
Dude, that's
Who's it
awesome.
in? Oh, my God.
This was actually there was a video going around by a fake Amico account or something, and it actually used footage from that game.
Is there a way we can look that up and actually see what that's like right now?
Slopes did a video on that game. If you really want to see it, it's dumb.
Is it like a rhythm game?
Oh yeah. If you really want to be disturbed, there's much more disturbing VR games than that.
That's a VR game?
No, I said there is much more disturbing VR games.
Oh
than
yeah.
ass
Yeah,
slapping.
I'm sure.
Yeah, it's just a weird spanking game from Japan. Japan's got all the weird stuff.
Yeah, they're pretty
Japan
lenient.
canceled.
Yeah, they're pretty lenient on the stuff that comes out there. Unfortunately, we get heavily censored here in the U.S.
Yeah, they have like topless weather reports or something, don't they? Like weird stuff like that. Even like,
I wouldn't call that weird. I mean, a topless weather report sounds.
well, that's not weird, but like
you
stuff that's
bad choice of words.
Weird was wrong. I'm sorry, weird was the wrong choice. But I don't even know what the choice would be for that.
Risque.
Sexy.
They have that in the States also.
Anthony EFX says, so that arcade machine works like the boxing machine, which measures your punch. I don't think so. I think
Your
it's like a rhythm.
pinch.
You gotta stamp 'em.
Your pinch.
He means punch.
It gets you ready for the real world.
I like the idea of pinch though, pinching that butt.
No. Oh god.
All right, so we gotta turn our attention to something more important. Xbox buys Activision.
Oh, baby, were they letting that money rain a couple days ago? Holy shit!
Yeah.
What was it? 82 billion? It was a lot. I don't know. I lost
No,
count.
it was like
30,
70.
30. It was. It's a lot. That's a lot of cheese. It's a lot of bread.
67, I thought.
It's only 2% of Microsoft's worth. That's how much it was to them, which is insane.
That's insane. That is. They're just buying out. They're just buying up the competition, buying up the market.
And it was all in cash.
Well, yeah, they want to offer everything on Game Pass. They're basically cornering the market, right, guys? They're trying to achieve that monopoly-esque status.
That's fine. I got an Xbox. I'm down.
This is
Seems like
go ahead.
No, you can go. It's okay.
I'm thinking like people are talking about. I guess there's a lot of things to really kind of cover in the subject, but I think the first thing we'll shoot to is whether or not you guys think Call of Duty might be on the chopping block for PlayStation. Now they said they were going to follow through with their contracts, but that doesn't mean in the future that they're going to totally cut Call of Duty off from Sony. Do you guys see Sony losing the ability to have Call of Duty on their platform? I think that would be a good move for Xbox.
I don't think they would. I think maybe there'd be more exclusive stuff on Xbox for Call of Duty. But I don't know.
I mean,
funny.
Call of Duty Warzone, which will be, I don't think they'd get rid of, but the Call of Duty the yearly one.
Here's the thing. I think here's how I see it. I think they'll finish up with their whatever agreements and contracts they have with PlayStation, or to be cross-platform. But I do see like maybe 5-10 years down the road them having it exclusively. I mean, think about it. They're basically, if they do that, they're going to have the market cornered on first-person shooters. Mm-hmm. They're going to have Halo and they're going to have Call of Duty. Mm-hmm. That's going to force everybody. Think about the millions of copies that are sold every year of Call of Duty comes out. This it could be huge for them.
I really don't think they're going to do that. Phil Spencer kind of came out and said he didn't directly say that it was going to stay on PlayStation, but he did say that after the contracts that there's going to be something else. Like what I think what they will do is either two things. One, it will stay on PlayStation because right now Call of Duty sells way too much on PlayStation to give it up, and it'll probably continue to sell a lot on PlayStation. And then second, they could either they can have the yearly Call of Duty come out exclusive to Xbox, and then Warzone on multiplat. That makes the most sense, but I really don't see them taking away Call of Duty. It just makes way too much money to be like, yeah, we're just going to cut PlayStation off because they're our competitor. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, here's and this is why I don't think they're gonna cut it off right away. They'll ease into this where at least if the way I would do it would be you're gonna release. I mean, how many they have? Do they still have like 2 studios that do two different Treyarch? I can't. Okay, so the way I would see it is, why not do it this way? Why not offer one of the 3 versions to PlayStation? The other 2 can stay exclusive to Xbox. You start to get those people swinging over to buying Xboxes, and then, like I said, 5-10 years down the road, you cut them off.
I really don't think that's like their game plan. Like their game plan is to sell Game Pass. So as long as Call of Duty's on Game Pass, it's not like PlayStation, because PlayStation is going to come out with a competitor Game Pass, but it's not going to have Call of Duty. So that's already an incentive there. And on top of that, too, if you think about it, it would be a disincentive. Like, they could keep it on PlayStation because then people would be like, do I really want to buy it on PlayStation when I can get it on Game Pass? I don't need to spend PlayStation Plus. I don't need to spend
right
it on all this other stuff, right? Like the DLCs and all that stuff. I just get on Game Pass. So it's kind of like, yeah, we'll keep it on because, you know, probably someone's going to say something about antitrust or whatever it would be. And then they could be like, well, it's technically on PlayStation, but the deal is on Xbox, right? That's the way that I see them doing it.
Yeah, Balding Bob Ross says that audio. Am I the only one who's hearing that? Are we the only guys who are hearing that? You guys, it sounds like you were last week. Yeah, you're getting garbled again.
Okay, I'm gonna switch to my phone. Okay.
Hey Gary,
what do you think, Ninja Kitty?
I don't think you spent $69 or $8 billion to let Sony have games.
Have a chance.
What's going to happen is, and they've already talked about it, Warzone, that'll be multi-platform because that's the cash cow. And the yearly releases are probably not going to be yearly releases anymore because apparently the last Call of Duty did not sell as well as the previous ones. Because I'm guessing because of burnout or fatigue from people.
Yeah, well, it's
so,
you know, and
I was listening to a different podcast, and they made up a good point.
You can't do that.
Yeah,
we're well rounded here, Tony. We don't just kiss ass. We look at everything.
It's research, man. And
yeah.
Gary, and they brought up a good point saying that now they own Microsoft owns Call of Duty, Doom, Halo, so now they can plan around, you know, every year having a different Christmas or whatever. A different game so they don't conflict over each other.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
So they don't have to have Call of Duty every single year.
Yep,
so they might start branching out, and who knows what they'll do. But the Warzone, I think, will always be multi-platform because that's just easy money. But I think the special ones, that's definitely going to it's going to be exclusive because why would they, or at least a timed exclusive, like a 6 months or something like that, just because they want people to move over to Game Pass and. Unless they use this to strong arm PlayStation to allow Game Pass on the PlayStation as an app.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Because
they try. There was a rumor that they were trying to do that with the Switch, but it didn't pan out.
Right.
Not yet.
Yeah, I truly think Ninja Kitty brings up a good point. About the you know, having them not conflict during you know, Christmas time or whatever, so that they're not you know, losing dollars. But I just don't see why you would go and acquire it and not at least hold something over to say, hey, look, if you come over to Xbox, we got this. I mean they're going to use it in they might not use it in, like, they might not hold everything over their head, but if I were them, I would hold something to say, hey, look, you know, over here on Xbox.
When they first bought Bethesda, they said the same thing. Like, oh, we'll honor the contracts and we'll take a look at it. And then after a few months, they're like, no, Starfield's Xbox exclusive. We're not. There's no chance in hell that's going to Sony. Right. So I see a lot of that
that's
happening.
Still, I think it's like a case-on-case basis. Like, I really think Call of Duty will be like Minecraft. Because there's just no way you would cut off a bunch of money, and PlayStation is already projected to sell way more than Xbox. So if they're really incentivizing people to buy an Xbox, it just doesn't really make sense because nobody wants an Xbox. Even after this deal.
I could be wrong, but I think of the 360 days, Microsoft had the exclusives and outsold PS3 copies. I could be wrong.
I mean, a lot of people on my Facebook, a lot of old high school buddies, all they play is Call of Duty, and the first thing I said was bye bye PS5 fanboys. Guess what? Call of Duty's going bye bye. I truly think it's going to happen. I just don't see you not holding something over Sony on this deal. It's the yearly release games. Something has to give. I think.
Rory,
what's that?
Let me offer you a alternative take, Gary.
Okay, give me a sell me on it. Sell me on it.
What if Call of Duty remains a multi-platform game, and in exchange, Sony is forced to put Spider-Man on Xbox?
And this is I actually brought this up. I don't know if I was talking to you guys on Twitter about it. That was one of my things that I said was they have to leverage it in some way and get something like Spider-Man or something big. Then yes,
I can't see that happening.
That's not
at
happening.
all. Yeah, Insomniac is owned by Sony, and they bought them because of Spider-Man. There's no way they're going to do that.
Well, that's the same reason why Microsoft bought Activision, though.
Microsoft has been buying studios because they can't compete with PlayStation. Like, that's just what it is. That's why. And now they're like, and on top of that too, they're seeing the bigger picture. Like, this is not really about PlayStation. This is about having everybody subscribe to Game Pass. That's why they don't even care about selling physical copies anymore. Like, it's not about exclusives anymore. It's about offering a different platform.
I think it can be both, though. I think you're right. It's definitely about Game Pass. But I do think that, I mean, how do you sell Game Pass? You get more people on your platform. How do you get more people on your platform? You take a huge exclusive away on
Game Pass is on PC too, so there's also that.
But I mean, it's still all of the Microsoft community, the ecosystem. So
sure.
But either they're switching. But what I'm saying is either they're switching, right? They're either going to PC or they're picking up an Xbox. It might not be for hardware sales, but you're getting people to pay into that Game Pass, and that's what they want. Yeah. They want to sell more subscriptions. So, I mean, I just don't see. And like Ninja Kitty said, they did this with the Bethesda stuff. I just don't see them not pulling that move. At the end of the day, they're competitors. They don't give a fuck about you or me or the the cross-platform play. They don't. This is really bad for this is actually bad for us.
Well, I mean,
consumer, but
and Microsoft, like Phil Spencer has been more pro multi-plat than Sony has. So like a lot of people would make the case that Xbox wouldn't do that. And I think they would do it with certain franchises. Like I could see them doing it with World of Warcraft, right? Because there's been a rumor that they're trying to bring it to consoles. And I could see them being like, yeah, let's just put it on Xbox instead of PlayStation.
Well, and see, I don't like this vision that like Xbox is like trying to do right by the consumer, because this is the same company that instituted basically DRM and told the whole community that, oh no, you'll be fine, you'll be able to, and they still somehow managed to screw you over with like updating games all the time. And they got rid of that
was the future.
Yeah, but nobody who collected physical media and bought games wanted to hear that, and they still somehow looped back into it. I always bring up that Angry Joe interview with, Angry Joe interviewing Larry Herb. And they clearly wanted to go in a direction, but they pissed a lot of people off, so they had to kind of back down on it. But at the end of the day, if you look at how the games work nowadays, they're basically back in that loop, without being in that loop. So
I mean, they saw the future. It just came too early. And the way that they announced it too, it was like such a disaster because it wasn't about games. It was about entertainment. So it was like,
But I definitely see them being kind of scummy, and not giving it. I know they've been very like consumer friendly, right? They're portraying the image of being for the everyman, for the every gamer. But I could totally see them just being like, no, fuck you, cross platform. We really don't. That has got to be one of the bigger ones. So I could definitely see him doing it. I just don't see any way around them like not being kind of shitty on this and just in the end kind of fucking the gamer over.
I mean, Sony still makes, like, even after this deal, Sony still is is the first leading grossing company for games wise. So I mean, this, like I said, I really don't think this is they're second.
Seriously? I thought they were first by like a mile, because they own like Epic, 40% of Epic. And
no, first it's Sony, then Tencent, and then now Microsoft. Microsoft was fourth, and then I think before this, third was Nintendo, and then under Microsoft it was Activision. So they just bought out Activision, and then they just jumped 2 places. So
I'm gonna have to agree with Gary though. I think after these deals run out, the contracts that are signed, slowly but surely, the Activision stuff is going to become exclusive to the Xbox. Because why wouldn't you? Yeah, you're going to lose a lot of money in the short term, but when you take all the
long-term game, right?
Then why didn't they do that with Minecraft? Minecraft is a massive popular game.
Minecraft
they could have easily. And I mean, I'm talking about like the new Minecraft games that are coming out. That's still.
I thought Minecraft was bigger on tablets and PCs. Was it really big on PlayStation console?
Yeah,
I mean, it's on PlayStation and Switch.
And I think Ninja Kitty hits it on the mark right there. That I think it's bigger on its PC because most of the serious players, most of the serious players want to have that Minecraft experience, and I don't think you can experience that on any console.
But it's still, even if that's the case, the Switch version of Minecraft sold incredibly well. Like it still sells. So that's kind of what I was trying to say, that as long as it's making money, it doesn't really matter what platform it's on, right? If it's on PlayStation, people know it's still owned by Microsoft, right? So, like I said, with the subscription stuff, it makes more sense as a consumer to buy Xbox anyway.
But here's my counterpoint, Blinded. When the Minecraft thing happened, they didn't have all this other stuff. Now they have the Minecraft, the Activision stuff, the Blizzard stuff. They have enough that they could take it away from Sony and say, here it is. Now we got it all on us.
And Minecraft's a different beast, right? I mean, Minecraft and Call of Duty are like, sure there's like Minecraft kind of games coming out, and they've had like the dungeon stuff and all that stuff. But at the core, Minecraft's Minecraft. They don't pump out as many, it doesn't pump out like Call of Duty, right? It's not like a release every year with
Minecraft.
Right. I mean, you do get updates and stuff, but we're talking like totally, whole games here and stuff that people obviously want to jump in multiplayer wise and play right away. It's just Call of Duty is a different beast. I just find it hard to not at least see in the foreseeable future that they take it away from Sony and then try to get people to come over to the dark side.
If they do what you're saying, I think they would have to test it out first, because like I said, there's a large amount of people who are already buying PlayStation 5s, right?
Right, which is why I said I think the best way they probably could do that is just limit and say, hey, look, you guys are going to get this is going to be for, multi-platform, but these other two ones, maybe every other year PlayStation gets a Call of Duty for now, and lets it sink into PlayStation fans like, look, we're slowly losing our beloved franchise, and in a few years it's going to be totally gone over to Xbox, so we might, and I think they've
delay the release by like 6 months.
So time exclusive, so 6 months, and that could start pushing people too. That's another good point. But I think Microsoft have been making leaps and bounds with PlayStation fans, right? I think a lot of people in this last couple generations have given Xbox a little bit more credit, controller wise. You listen to people and people have this opinion that, Xbox is not as bad as I thought it was. I've been a Sony fan for so long, but I'm starting to come around to Xbox, and I think this could be a big push in the right direction for Microsoft. At least that's how I see it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Now, as part of the deal, Activision owns several franchises. We got Crash Bandicoot, Tony Hawk, Guitar Hero, Spyro the Dragon. Do you think we're going to see any new, say, Crash Bandicoot games appearing exclusively on the Xbox?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
I think
there's a rumored Spyro game in the works anyway, so I think that will just make it exclusive immediately, like what they did with Starfield.
Well, what do you think about this? I heard Toys for Bob is part of that. You guys ever think they might bring Skylanders back, and then maybe not do the Toys to Life, but maybe, because I think, to be honest, is like, and I'm a huge Skylander fan. I absolutely love those games. I really think that is the right place for Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. Now
I actually agree with that.
I think they need to streamline it more and focus on those two characters. But I think, that series as a whole was fantastic. I know a lot of people probably haven't played it because it has that, the childish feel. It might be a little.
Which series are you talking about, Gary?
Skylanders.
Oh, I did not.
Yeah. I played it. My son had a lot of the Skylanders toys. It was a fun game.
Absolutely absolutely fantastic. I think that was the perfect place for Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. But obviously, if you played, the entire series, they didn't just focus on those two characters, right? They kind of try to.
Crash came pretty late into the Skylanders.
He didn't come until Imaginator's last game.
I didn't know Crash was even in it. I mean, we had the ones that had Spyro, but I didn't know Crash was part of that.
Yeah, Crash and Dr. Neo Cortex were a part of the final game, which was Imaginators. If you actually look for the Switch version of Imaginators, you're going to pay upwards of $150 just for the game itself. So,
oh wow, that's
cool. Are those Skylander toys worth anything now, or are people collecting them?
The very final set is worth quite a bit. My Robo complete in box goes for $400 or more.
Damn.
You have him new. If you have him new, he's like $1,000 figure.
We tossed out all our boxes for those. We didn't keep any of the boxes. We just got the loose figures.
Yeah, so just the final game, just before it was over, just like everything else, right? At the end of the era of Nintendo, all the games that were that nobody got, those are the expensive. So it's basically the same gist here. But yeah, I totally think that they could, because they have Toys for Bob, as part of Activision or whatever. I totally could see them bring Crash and oh, hold on a second, I'm getting a call here.
All right, well, Gary,
Crash and Spyro, I think did well, like their latest ones. And what I would like to see is Toys for Bob do a Banjo-Kazooie game. Now that would be sweet.
Yeah, they should do that. Microsoft sits on a bunch of IPs. It's kind of crazy.
I wonder if they would do like a Smash Bros type game or something with all those characters.
Well, they already have. Blizzard already has their MOBAs. They have a bunch of stuff. They got the Lost Vikings now as part of Blizzard.
Yeah.
They got
that's cool.
Diablo,
that's a good game.
Overwatch, StarCraft.
But Blizzard's been having some production issues as of recently, especially with Overwatch 2. So I don't know what's going to happen there. I mean, there's still problems with Activision that, I mean, we're not going to know if it's going to pan out or fix anything with this merger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We might have Tony Hawk exclusive to the Xbox.
I can't see it being permanently exclusive, but
the more important thing, the most important part of this buyout is, of course, all the old Activision IPs that are no longer going to be available to the Amico now that they're owned by Microsoft.
And Phil Spencer said that he wants to do some of those old ones. He's kind of talked about it a little bit.
Yeah, but do you think he's going to want to do a Pitfall on Xbox or a Pitfall for the Amico? And if Activision does own the iMagic games,
I wonder.
Hey, didn't you hear? There's a partnership between them.
Yeah.
No,
they're best buds. They're good friends. I heard it on a YouTube interview.
And the interview, the rumor is that Activision owns the iMagic games.
Yeah, I heard that.
So I would imagine those are also going to be no longer available.
The iMagic games, I think those were like Whitewater,
Microsurgeon,
Dracula. What other ones? The Atlantis or Battle of Atlantis, I think it was. Yeah, there's a few. So I might throw a wrench in the mix.
A monkey wrench.
And those games are like literally finished. So what is he going to do?
Yeah, I know, man. Dang, so much wasted time.
It only took 3 years.
So do you think that this is, it hasn't gone through yet? They still got to, sign the contract.
Yeah. It's going to take a year.
Do you think this is going to be considered a monopoly, and they're just gonna not allow it to go through?
It's not a monopoly, but there is some concerns. But I think they're just going to let it go through.
A duopoly.
I mean, it's not a monopoly yet. I think they're getting there. They're definitely trying to corner. I mean,
this would be like the Disney
monopoly,
deal,
but they're pretty much.
They would own a sizable portion of the market, but
they would have to buy out Sony to maybe consider a monopoly, and Nintendo.
Yeah, well, it's never going to get there, but as far as it can, well, see, here's the thing, right? Nintendo's not like obviously there's the big three, but Nintendo's not really in that ballpark, and they never will be. They're at this point they're usually, what are they, 5 years behind now in technology about that?
But they make a lot of money though.
I mean, they
still
do.
make a lot of money.
I mean, obviously, there's two different markets, right? There's the Nintendo market, and then there's the big boy market. You know, I hate to say that,
don't forget
but
the mobile market.
Well,
and the newly created Amico market. Come on,
fuck the mobile market. We don't talk about the mobile market around here. but
why
you
you
know
not
what
talk
I mean?
about the mobile market? Activision has
3 billion mobile game
Candy Crush.
Well,
Candy Crush isn't that the game that Tommy always references?
Nah,
How much money it makes? It does make a lot of money.
I don't like crushing my candy.
Nintendo in a year makes 12 billion. Sony makes 25 billion.
But I mean, they're two. You know, when your average, because you know, and that's the thing. Like Call of Duty attracts a certain type of gamer, right? The same way Mario and Pokemon attract a certain type of gamer. They're not for everybody, and people understand that. That's not like, obviously they exist in the same space, and Nintendo's done a wonderful job of trying to bring things like, you know, The Witcher over. They did Doom Eternal. Amazing that Doom Eternal runs as well as it does on you know, Switch hardware.
That's surprising.
But they never will be a PlayStation or an Xbox. So I think
they don't
really
need to, though.
They don't. No, they don't need to. But that's good for Xbox, right? At the end of the day, as they're engulfing all of these studios, they're really only looking to compete with, because they're never competing with Nintendo. Obviously,
but I would say the same about Microsoft and Sony. So Microsoft is not like Sony at all. Like this whole plan would make it drastically different. They're doing a very similar thing where they're chasing down IPs, because that's the thing that Sony will probably still have an edge over. Is this is how I think Sony will combat is they're going to go to Marvel and Disney, and they're going to get more IPs for their studios.
I think.
Well, meanwhile,
they have to do that.
I mean, they already are doing that. They're already doing that. They have Spider-Man and Wolverine, and then they have the Star Wars game coming up. That's going to be, I mean, it's a time exclusive, but if it performs way better on PlayStation, Disney is going to consider that. And they already have a better working relationship with Sony in general. Right. So this is all about IP wars. And then on top of that, too, Microsoft, this was in some reports. They were talking about how this is going to help with the metaverse because, and all that stuff. So in other words, this is all just about IPs. Like they just want big IPs and they want to sell their platform. That's really what it comes down to.
Well, do you think that Sony is going to answer this by buying their own studio? Because we got several that they could buy. They could buy Square Enix, buy Bandai Namco, Sega is within their realm of buying, Konami.
I really don't think they will buy a Japanese studio. I don't think they can afford to do it. They can't.
I don't think they'd grab up like Square Enix.
I'm looking at the list here.
They're going to buy studios.
I don't think they would buy like Square Enix.
No,
that would be a disaster.
They're not going to buy a publisher. Yeah, that's still way too much for Sony. Because we're talking about their game division. Like their game division, is making a lot of them money, but it's not like Microsoft
is on the market.
Yeah,
that was another kind of rumor. What Sony's going to do is buy studios, not publishers. Like there's a rumor that they're going to buy the Control
developers. There's a couple other studios that they're working second party. And what Sony does is they buy these smaller developers and then they kind of build them up, right? Sort of like what they did with Naughty Dog and Insomniac, right? They took forever to buy Insomniac.
But here's the thing: that's what they did. We're not saying their behavior could change. I mean, until Microsoft bought Activision, they weren't buying huge $69-70 billion companies, right?
They were still buying studios, but not.
Yeah, I'm saying Sony might have to change their plan. They might have to, instead of buying a small studio and building it up, they don't have time for that. They might just go ahead and say, "Fuck it, we could buy a Konami, a Capcom, a Platinum Games, something."
I really don't see them doing that. Just that's me personally.
Well, after their stock went,
I know that was a response, though.
Yeah, I think the only way to bounce back is to come back with a big buy, big purchase, flex some muscle.
I mean, their stock is probably going to bounce up probably in the next week. I mean, they got an event that's like rumored with all these games. And then people are still going to be talking about how they want a PS5. So the narrative always changes and shifts. I mean, even with such a big acquisition, like I'm not going to downplay it, but I really don't think Sony needs to worry all that much unless once they see. Remember, Microsoft hasn't done much right now. Like they've been delaying games. We just got Halo Infinite, and they're promising a lot of stuff, but there's no results. Meanwhile, Sony has put out more games that are selling better, right? Miles Morales came out a year ago and it's still trending the charts and people are still buying. Remember, people can't even buy a PS5, right? So, and they still want it. They see this and they're like, but I still want the PS5. So that's the way that I see it.
I want to see Sony buy Sega. Give us some better games, some more Persona games, better Yakuza, Virtual Fighter. Either that or.
And Microsoft is still rumored to buy Dynamic and IO Studios because that's been like a long time rumor. So that might still happen.
Or Konami. Buy fucking Sony needs to buy Konami and give me my Suikoden 6. So we can.
I just want Silent Hill. That's all I want.
Yeah, that's dead, Tony. You can keep dreaming.
No, shut up, Gary. It's not dead. I believe hard enough.
I've been believing and hoping for a good Mega Man game for I couldn't tell you how long, and
11
that hasn't happened.
It's good. Okay. I think that's all we got.
Did you see what F1 JV said in the chat, Tony?
Yeah, we got the turbo
doing that, talking about that in the middle of the Xbox segment, dazed.
You said we were moving on to the next topic. That's why I said, did you see it?
Yeah, but you got to wait till the thing comes down. Come on.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Drop the hammer.
I blew it.
F1 JV. Says Retro Bro is basically calling you a liar right now. About what? I don't know. I'm not watching them. I'm in the middle.
What was they lying? Were we lying about Cyrus's book? We ever?
Tommy Amico says Retro Bro is arguing with No Swear Gamer about you right now because he can't win. Well, I guess we'll watch that later. We'll go back and watch it.
Hey Tony, I watched about like 2 minutes of it. It's pretty bad.
Is it?
I wouldn't even waste time listening to them. Well, it's not worth it. Right? What was that?
I said it's almost over. They only go like an hour and a half. One Inch Bicep says 11. Mega Man 11 was pretty good.
It was good.
It's okay. I'm not huge on the 2.5D style that they went with. I do like the design of Mega Man. I think it was pretty tough. It was challenging. Other than that, Mega Man's just been stale for years. They need to really They really need to bring.
There's nothing you can do, Gary. There's
I mean, there
it's
is
a formula for a reason. The Mega Man.
Well, not no. It doesn't have to be changed, and I think that's why. Like, I
how
like
is the
the
11th
gameplay.
scale, Gary? They introduced the time.
It's the same reason why Mighty Number 9. It was a good reason that 2.5D look is not a good look for that type of game.
I thought it was pretty.
I think it's okay. I would have. It kind of reminds me of like when it finally went to like that 3D-ish look on like Saturn, where it had it was still kind of pixel art. I think if they did that, if they left it like pixel art, but did a, you know.
Speaking of pixel art, Gary.
Oh yes.
Speaking of pixel art, didn't you have a game you wanted to talk about today?
I did.
Are you prepared for that?
I'm not. Hold on a second. Give me 1 minute. I'm so not prepared for that game today. If I can even pull it up, I guess I can't even pull it up right now.
You don't got to worry about pulling it up. Just, I'll get your back on it. Just.
Well, I figured because it was a show, right? You'd have a little bit more knowledge on it. You seem to have a little bit more knowledge on it. So, Lodos, is that how you say it?
Fuck if I know.
So Lodos War, and what's the entire title here? I can't even bring it up here. Yeah, I totally failed
I'll bring it up. Let me know when you're ready, Gary.
For our indie segment.
I'll hit the banner.
Okay.
And
well, before we start a new segment, I'm probably going to go ahead and step out. So right, I got to get up kind of early in the morning. I don't want to interrupt right in the middle of your segment. So
see ya, Days.
All right, see you later, guys. It was fun. Thanks for having me.
His wife is yelling at him about the butt challenge. That's
why no. Yeah, she heard too much.
Well, you all right, guys. What, the guy in the chat said, what was it? Kisser Killer 69 or something like that. I don't know.
No, he said whine him, kill him, 69 him.
Yeah.
All right, fellas. Have a good night.
Take it easy.
Later.
So this is like this is a mouthful to say. We got Lodos War, Deedlit, and Wonder Labyrinth.
Gary, you gotta let me put the banner up.
Isn't it Record of Lotus War or something?
Yeah.
Lotus, is that what it is? Lotus. I'm saying Lodos.
Know the name of the game.
I don't. It's a mouthful.
Yeah, I'll carry it for you, Gary. Hold on. Let me throw the spotlight up. All right. So we're at another indie spotlight from Gary. This time we're going to be talking about. This is a big mouthful, like Gary said earlier. It says Record of Lotus War, Deedlit, and Wonder Labyrinth. It is a 2D action platformer. It takes place during the middle of the anime. There's an anime and manga about this game. I do have the trailer all queued up, ready to go. Gary says it's great looking. I've never seen it yet.
Really quick, this is developed by Team Ladybug. And I believe that it's already out on Steam.
It is.
And Xbox, right?
Free on Game Pass.
But it will be coming to the Nintendo Switch. The trailer just dropped, a few days ago or yesterday. I can't remember, but a few days ago. It looks very reminiscent of Castlevania. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, it is coming January 28th to the Nintendo Switch. It is already out on Steam and Xbox. Let's take a look at the trailer and see what it looks like.
That sneaky treasure box.
Yeah, so that is Record of Lotus War, Deedlith, and Wonder Labyrinth. It is from, like you said, Team Ladybug. So the description is, it says, it's a series of fantasy novels written by Ryo Mizuni, depicting the rise and fall of heroes and their adventure on the cursed island of Lotus. Known as the pinnacle of Japanese fantasy and a pioneering work in light novel genre, this best-selling work boasts a total circulation of over 10 million copies, as well as a wide variety of arrangements and versions in other media, including animated installments. Previous installments in the series include Record of Lotus War, its sequel, Record of Lotus War Next Generation, and the 2019 Record of Lotus War Diadem of the Covenant. Man, fucking long-ass names. The main characters of the story are the young knight Parn and Deedlit, the high elf known as the Eternal Lady. Together with a number of friends, including Priest Ito, Sorcerer Slain, and more, they embark on an epic journey through Lodos. Says the entire series has gained a widespread and loyal following throughout the globe, with the heroine Deedlit enjoying a particular popularity. In fact, it is even said that the famous fantasy trope of high elves having long ears was originally inspired by Deedlit herself. So it seems to be a very popular Japanese property that I barely know anything about.
Yeah, so I looked it up on YouTube. There is an anime, and I'm thinking, is this like an older, like probably from the 80s, maybe late 80s type
I remember
anime? Like,
watching the anime in like 2001 or 2, like long time ago. And I remember it. I don't think it. I haven't watched it since then, but it was incomplete. Like they just stopped like midway through the series, and it was pretty good.
I think it's had old animes, new animes. Let me see. When was it created? It started in 1988.
Ooh, see, yeah.
So,
had it pegged. It has that look to it. So,
it is. It had an OVA series. It had some anime series, 1990, 1998, a 2014 series, a bunch of manga, tons of games. They had a radio drama. So, I mean, this is a pretty big franchise. Books on tape, if you could believe that. Yeah, Loki Doki. It's an old anime from the 80s and 90s.
It looks fun.
Yeah, it does. Chupacabra's right. It looks like D&D Symphony of the Night. Yeah, it looks
Gary,
fun.
you gonna buy it?
Yeah. I mean, it has some nice pixel art. That's the first thing that always attracts me to these
Did
games.
they say
Obviously,
if there's gonna be a physical?
There is.
I didn't see anything particularly about it being a U.S. release. I don't know if that release will most likely be region free. I mean, obviously you'll be able to like import it from like a Play Asia or whatever, but whether or not they'll have like a US physical release, I'm sure that is like the perfect game for like something like Limited Run to do. They seem to grab those ones up, games like that. So I would expect there to be probably a physical release maybe in the next year or two. I don't expect it probably to come out this year, but maybe next year. But it does look good. I think the pixel art looks good. I absolutely love, obviously, I've said it a million times, in most games that I pick and show, on the indie spotlight ends up being Metroidvania games, but that's my bread and butter.
Gary, I will say this. A physical version for Europe and North America is also being planned in collaboration with Red Alert Games, with a release schedule for January 2022. So they are planning a physical version.
And I think Red Alert, I don't know if is that like a limited run type, super rare games, special reserve. It might be. So I know there's like a lot of companies nowadays that are like limited run. There's about 5 or 6 of them now. So well, that's good news. I didn't find anything when I did look the little information that I did look up.
I'm looking at the press release from the 16th of December.
Well, that's good news though. That's what I like to hear. I love I have a hard time with, like, right now. I've yet to play Cuphead, only simply for the fact that I've been waiting 3 years now for the physical version to drop, and it should drop once this final the DLC comes out. So
it is a bit odd that it's been that long, because Cuphead is pretty
well,
big.
yeah, and I think they've been focusing on a few other things, and obviously the work that they put into Cuphead, it's not, it's not like they skimped on the animation. I mean, that work probably does take quite a while to do. I mean, all this stuff's hand drawn and has to be done just right. But it has been a long time, and I have put that off for so long. Loop Hero was the last game that I bought the digital and bought the physical. I try to conserve the money and not waste it. But I thought I'd double dip because it was such a good game. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll pick it up digitally. We'll see what happens here in the next few months.
You can convert, and now that you have internet, you can get a Game Pass subscription and play all these awesome games.
Well, I'm almost there. We're almost there. We're getting better for the show, but in a week or two, we'll have that.
I've been playing a lot on my computer, just streaming, and just hooking up a USB controller to my computer, and it works so much better. Even just over the last 6 months, it's almost, I wouldn't say flawless, but it is very good. So you don't even need an Xbox at all, for the most part.
Well, I will say this, with these indie spotlights, we definitely got to get Gary to purchase these games, play them,
so I can review them,
put some content up.
Just don't give him any 2.5D games, because he has a bias.
I mean, I'm not. Start a GoFundMe for Gary.
I'm not. Go ahead.
I was gonna say an indie game GoFundMe, so Gary can buy these every month. But anything else you want to say about this game, Gary? This is your indie spotlight.
Looks pretty good. I'm interested to see a little bit more. And obviously, this is out. I could probably dig a little bit deeper, kind of like The Company Man. I could dig some deeper and watch some more gameplay and have a little better understanding of how it works. But just from the trailer alone, I like to kind of not look at that when I'm trying to give a genuine reaction to it. I think just from the trailer alone, when we know trailers can be deceiving, but it looks like quality content there. I think the Pixar art looks great. I think if the music is similar to what a Castlevania series has, or what was shown in the trailer, I think that the music will be good, and the combat looks pretty fun. It's got the inner workings. Nothing of a game of the year type game, but for indie retro stuff, I think it looks rather good. So,
well, it has a 8 out of 10 on Nintendo Life. 96% like this on Google users. I'm not seeing anything else from Metacritic. But it seems people do like the game. They do enjoy it. It seems to be getting good reviews. So it seems like you picked the winner here, Gary.
When I first catch these on the because it was kind of just like a spur of the moment. I'm usually surfing YouTube when I see these drop. It's kind of like if you don't know about it and you don't really research it really well, you'd never know that the game was out for quite a while. I don't know how long it's been out on Xbox and Steam, but I see these they pop up from Nintendo, and I'm like, oh wow, a new game, something I haven't heard of. I mean, and that's just to go show how many games come out, on a yearly basis, and things that you've never heard of and that catch your eye really quick. So, but it looks good. I'm excited. I'm excited to look more into it.
We are excited to see you play it, stream it, put it up on the channel, make more content.
Maybe that will be the first game that I go and review and play once I get the internet here and get the Elgato set up, and maybe we'll go and do that.
All right. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Gary. We always look forward to these. That said, we got to get Gary to dive deeper. We need you to go ahead and really, really focus on them. And do you want to spoil the surprise, Gary, about the interviews?
Are we? Do you feel confident we have it in the bag?
I feel pretty confident. I mean, we did get a reply. We're just kind of waiting to schedule it.
So
I'm checking right now.
Yeah, make a little quick check, and then maybe we'll announce it today.
I mean, this is why this is the in between segment. So if we announce something, we could just bury it. No, I haven't heard nothing back from them.
We're gonna do a "Wouldn't that be nice?" Tommy promise right about now.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, there you go. Wouldn't that be something?
We are tentatively scheduled to interview the developer, the head developer of the Company Man. I'll go ahead and spoil it. I will take
Andrew.
If it doesn't pan out.
Right.
We did reach out to them. There was some miscommunication. The publisher who's handling all of this, they handle the emails and the PR. He was supposed to CC the developer, but he didn't on the first email. So he did it on the second one. So we're just waiting to hear back from the head of the studio because they are in Malaysia. So there's a big time zone difference.
I'm back.
So we're hoping to have Andrew Teo on, and we're gonna pester him with some questions and ask him about the Company Man and how that relates to The Office, which it's based on. The Office. Now I wonder if they actually are big fans of the Office from the U.S. version or the UK version of The Office. But maybe that'll be one of the questions that I ask Andrew when we interview him. But hopefully we get that scheduled and bring you guys a exclusive interview for Gabbing with Geeks. Or well, what do you plan on doing, Tony? We're gonna have that cut up for Gabbing with Geeks, or is that just gonna be a something they need to look for throughout the week?
It depends on when it gets scheduled, how it gets scheduled. I mean, he might want to do a phone interview with you. He might want to do a written interview. So we'll see how it goes. But tentatively, we will record it, play it here on Gabbing with Geeks, and then just put it off as its own segment afterward. Additionally, Ed Annunziata, we've been, me and Ed, I call him Ed because we're good friends now, my good friend Ed. We've exchanged some emails. He's wanting to answer a bunch of questions I asked about not only his career, but Echo the Dolphin, Shakan the Forever Man.
He did Shakan?
Yeah.
That's a great game.
It is underrated, highly underrated. That game, the Big Blue / the Little Blue, the Kickstarters, Dolphin Quest, a bunch of questions about Dolphin Quest. So he is looking forward to it. He said we asked a bunch of good questions. He's looking forward to answering them. Hopefully in about a week or so, we'll get that back from him. I'll clean everything up, put it on a written article, and then go over that here either on Gabbing with Geeks or a separate video. So we got 2 interviews lined up. We're going to try to get some more. I've been really lax at reaching out to developers and stuff. I got all their contacts because, I bug everybody and I get everybody's contact information. But I'm actually going to use it and get some people, either to be on the show or to do interviews. So we're going to do all that. Additionally, I did have a off the record conversation with the Toe Jam and Earl developer. So I might eventually get some information on what happened with that as far as being on the Amico. I mentioned this to Gen X Gamer. He said that it was odd that why would the Toe Jam and Earl developers talk to me, considering that Tommy hates me, and that me talking to them might have thrown a wrench into Toe Jam and Earl ever coming to the Amico. But I say if Tommy's going to blacklist any developer I talk to from being on the Amico, he's going to run out of developers really quick. Anything to add to that, Gary? Blinded Ninja? Anybody?
I think that's a good take on it. I mean, yeah, I hear the old Toe Jam and Earl was not really coming to the Amico, so I guess we'll see when we get further answers for that. But it is definitely odd that you're such a terrible person that these people are willing to talk to you and be civil, and just odd.
Yeah, Chupacabras. Developers. Yeah. Max says, I hope it's a go. You hope what's a go? The interview, talking to people, or the game coming on the Amico? Because that's not a go at all. I mean, anything else? Again, we take audience suggestions. So if there's like a developer or somebody like, hey, I'm really interested in this game. Can you guys try to find some more information out about it, or talk to the people behind this or whatever? Feel free to put that in the comments. Feel free to let me know. Reach out to me. Say, hey, you think you can find out about this game I'm interested in? Because, I could always try. There's no harm in trying. And there are so many. We don't have a huge staff. There's not like 40 guys working for me that I can have people doing this all around the clock, reaching out to everybody. So.
Well, and like I said, once I get, and here in a couple weeks, quality is going to pick up once I get get my internet and get my computer back up and running. I'll be able to do a little bit more research and stuff that I usually don't bother with on my phone because it's just kind of a nuisance. So definitely expect more quality from the show, more quality from my channel. We're moving on up, as I told Tony on Twitter. We'll be the Jeffersons.
We're going to try to trick Ninja Kitty into being here for 5 hours every Saturday.
I haven't been breathing deeply into the mic as much as I should have.
Well, and that's another thing. Hopefully we'll get Carl back, and he'll forgive me.
Or forgive me.
We
there's
love
no
you
one
here,
that
Carl.
needs to be forgiven. Carl is just being Carl. Needs a break. Speaking of breaks, Tommy Uyamiko did me a huge favor. He broke my heart by giving me the most awesome fucking intro song ever. I don't know if you guys heard it. I've only used it on one video so far.
Oh, it was amazing.
Yeah, it was.
So I'm going to play
fun.
that. I'm going to play it. It does have his name. I put a special little graphic with my logo, his name on it. So I'm going to play the song. In case you haven't heard it yet, we're going to play it. And let me know what you think. I think it's awesome. There's a secret version of it that's eventually going to be released. No one has heard it but me and Tommy and a select few.
I'm not even in the loop.
You're not. You're not in the circle of trust yet. But here it is. For the first time on Gabbing with Geeks. I don't even know what the name of the song is. We're just going to call it the Geek Getaway theme song, I guess. Or Hey Hey. Whatever. You guys can think of a name. Somebody in the chat will figure out a good name for the song.
Hey, get out of my way. I gotta see what Tony TGD's gonna say. Time to listen to the Geek Getaway. 'Cause I write so many geeky film games and TV shows. Maybe if we're lucky, the further expose the Amico. Hey, get out of my way. The season gives it hot takes, so you might as well stay. It's time to listen to the Geek Getaway.
That shit is fucking awesome. I love it.
It's giving me who am I thinking about? Is it the Cars? Giving me like the Cars vibe?
Possible. I don't know.
Maybe
I think
Tommy can the Ramones. Yeah, Tommy can chime in and tell us who his
inspiration
was. Yeah, for that. But that definitely sounds like who did what was it? Blitzkrieg Bop. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from that one. Is that the Ramones or is that the Cars?
No idea. I'm Mexican. I don't know.
That was the Ramones. That's classic song. Was it in Tony Hawk? I think it was Tony Hawk.
Yeah, Tony Hawk 3.
So we do have our theme song
And
all
Rock
set.
Band.
We got the version with the lyrics, the version without the lyrics for the the end card. So we're moving up. We're going places. Hopefully, Tommy Amico sells lots of records, sells lots of albums. We could help launch his career.
TG Bobba.
Sounds Brit surf punk, very cool. Yeah.
Yep.
It's punk music. Yeah, he's very talented, and I'm glad that he's shared his talent with us here on the show. We're turning that into an NFT any day now.
That frog's gonna be an NFT soon.
I do have the license for that frog, so I could make that an NFT. Someone was.
Well, do it quickly because someone might steal it.
Yeah, someone was complaining the other day that why does all the anti-Amico people use frogs as their avatar? And I think I'm like the only one. Am I the only anti-Amico?
I think there's one. I think there's one more.
I think Volpe used it for a minute, but I haven't seen him in ages.
Doesn't Show have it also?
Oh, Show has.
He does. Yeah.
He has the evil Kermit, Darth Kermit. But he's barely around. He's not like he's a anti-Amico and he's always around and making videos or anything.
Yeah, that's true.
He's still got to get on the show, by the way. We're supposed to interview Retro Show. It's supposed to be the first interview on the channel, but he's been ducking and dodging. Wiley says, "What is that frog thing about Lion King?" No, it's just a cool frog picture I found. Contacted the people, got the license for it, paid a hefty sum just to be able to use this fucking picture.
Damn.
Because I already knew, with all the talk that I say about licensing and FTC and all that other shit that I'm always going on with, and if I didn't fucking buy the license for it, I know somebody somewhere was going to complain that I was stealing fucking images. So
Damn.
To preemptively stop anybody from trying to complain about me stealing this image, I went ahead and licensed it. That's why I stopped using the Kermit, because obviously Disney's not going to license me the use of their Kermit the Frog image.
Mm. So are you going to talk about Eternals?
Yeah, we're going to get to that right now. I was waiting for the train to pass by.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen the Eternals yet, Ninja Kitty?
I have not, and I
Do you
asked.
plan on seeing it?
Probably not.
Okay. What about you, Gary?
Life of having kids at home, I can't watch too many movies because they're annoying.
That's fair.
You're talking about the Eternals?
I'm gonna have to bounce, so I'm gonna see you guys
later.
All right. See you then.
Thanks for having me on. See ya.
You were talking about the Eternals?
Yeah.
We have not watched the Eternals yet. Very soon, because I think the 4th episode of Book of Bobba Fett was what, Thursday?
Yes.
So
Wednesday,
we should be getting Disney Plus probably, I want to say, here within the next couple of days, because you guys did say I think 8 episodes, so that puts me right where I want to be for 1 month.
It actually got
Plus.
confirmed to be 7. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's okay. But I'm saying we're past the halfway point. I can pay for 1 month. I get to binge the Book of Boba Fett, Hawkeye. I'll be able to see the Eternals. We're still haven't watched the Black Widow movie. I need to catch up on. And then, is there anything else I need to catch up on, boys?
Shang-Chi is pretty good.
Yeah, oh yeah, we got to see that. So we got, I got it lined up. For $8, you can't go wrong. I got a ton of stuff to binge. So I haven't gotten into the Eternals. You'll have to tell me a little bit about it. I don't mind if you spoil too much because that's not something that will really bum me out. On a side note, though, I guess we can talk a little bit about Moon Knight and the disappointing nature of what was his name? Gapardi or I can't say his name, but the what was it? French actor who passed away, unfortunately. What, a day or two after the trailer dropped?
Yeah. Real quick though, Wiley says, "How many mugs have you sold?" I don't think I sold any mugs. I don't think anyone's bought any of the Frog King merchandise yet. So no mugs sold.
Wait, Tony, you got merch?
Yeah. See, I'm so bad. I made the mug. I made a video mentioning the mug, and then I forgot all about it. So I got to start linking that stuff. The book, the mug. We're going big time. We're gonna have all kind of merch. We're gonna have memberships. What else? Super chats. You guys are gonna have to start super chatting if you're gonna want my attention. $5 for me to read your super chat. $10 for me to answer the question within your super chat.
And somebody just needs to straight up donate a PC to Tony. That's just all there is to it.
Also, Gary would like a new car, and Blinded Grail is about to go into his next year of college, so you're gonna have to pay for that. It's really, it's typical YouTuber stuff. You gotta pay for everything.
Don't worry, guys. I'll be on.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and
go ahead.
I was gonna say we're just gonna jump into the Eternals review, but what were you saying, Gary?
I said, don't worry, guys. Since I'm up in my game, I'm gonna be forcing you to get a PC here soon to up the quality of the show.
I'm getting one soon. I have the money. It's like I said, it's just about me actually getting off my ass to get it. Also, my crypto this is not financial advice. Fucking crypto crashed twice in the last fucking 2 weeks, and I'm very pissed.
What do you have? Not Bitcoin, right? Is it something else? Yeah, Ethereum. Maybe it's a good time to hop in now.
Yeah, I was already hopped in. That was the problem.
It's a good time for me to hop in.
Maybe if it's, I don't know if it's gonna bounce back. The next break, we're at 20. Ethereum is trading at 2,434 right now. It was supposed to hit 10,000 by the end of the year. I don't think that's happening anymore. But hopefully, we'll see. But with that said, we're going to go ahead and get into the Eternals review. I spelled Eternals wrong, so hold on for 1 second. All right, so as I said on the video, if you watched it, the mini review, I did watch Eternals a couple days ago. It is now percolated in my mind. Originally, I thought it was about a 6.5, 6 3/4. I'm going to downgrade that slightly to a 6. It is in my opinion, a solid 6. What do you think about it, Blinded? Blinded.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I needed water. Oops. So I can.
I said that I thought Eternals was a 6. I downgraded it from a 6.5 to a 6 out of 10. What do you think?
This is the thing about this movie. I think it's one of the most heavily flawed Marvel movies, but it's not a bad movie. It's just something I would never revisit. So it's kind of hard to put a number on it. Just because I don't think it, like in your review, you were saying it wasn't as bad as Captain Marvel, which I agree. But there's so many inconsistencies with this movie. It's kind of crazy, especially with Icarus and the whole
I guess they had like some civil war. It just didn't. The motivations to me didn't make a lot of sense. And overall, I just was kind of like bored. Besides Kingo, that was really it. Like, yeah, like a lot of the characters, I just felt there was too many characters, like way too many. 11 characters, and then some of them barely have screen time. Like, I forget the speedster's name, but her Makari, yeah, and then the other guy, I'm for completely who mind controls.
Druig.
That guy had Druig, yeah. A lot of them, this kind of shows that I don't care because I never connected with the characters. I'm like, I don't even know their names.
I just have a really good memory.
Yeah, and I mean they changed up a lot, which was kind of surprising from the comics. Especially the whole clone thing was very weird. And there's a lot of things that don't make sense in terms of the MCU. Like, why didn't they step into Thanos if he technically? They kind of don't. They kind of give an explanation, but it doesn't make any sense. Because if you think about it, yeah, the hand wave it away. Even though in the movie, this is the thing. It would have probably made sense if they said that in a trailer, but what they explained in this movie, especially with the motivation of the what do you call it? The ancient gods, celestials, right?
Right.
They say that they're trying to kill off the planet, right? By having more people on it. Thanos did the opposite of that. So why didn't they step in if he was an Eternal?
Well, yeah, there is so many inconsistencies. I think the best way to tackle this would be to sort of give an overview, a synopsis of what the movie is, and then kind of dive into the issues, because there are many issues with the movie. Like Blinded said, the inconsistencies with the MCU, the inconsistencies within itself, within the movie. Some of the changes from the comics to the movies made no sense. Some other changes made sense, but they didn't really execute it too well. So, like I said, it would probably be best just to kind of give you an overview of the movie. The movie opens up with a text crawl letting you know that the Celestials were here before the Singularities, which are, of course, the Infinity Stones, and that Erisham, the Prime Celestial, created the universe. And it's hard to remember exactly because the movie is that kind of bland.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of flashbacks, like they go back and forth.
Too many.
In the present day, in the past, which was, I always hate when they do that in these kind of movies because we're not familiar with the characters or the history.
I agree.
So basically, Erisham creates the universe. He creates the sun and all the planets. He created the deviants. I'm just going to give you they don't tell you this till later, but I'm just going to give it to you now. He created the deviants in order to kill off all the apex predators on a planet. Something fucked up. He didn't realize, hey, they can evolve and they're going to start eating people instead of just the predators. So he creates the Eternals who can evolve. They can't age. They can't do nothing in order to stop the deviants and allow humanity to flourish. Unbeknownst to the Eternals, they think that they're just protecting humanity from deviants, but unbeknownst to them, except for the head Eternal and her right-hand man, Cyrus, is that basically they want humanity to grow in order to feed the celestial seed within the planet, which will then eventually hatch into a celestial that'll kill everybody on the planet, but then be able to create new universes with its extreme cosmic power. Eventually, the Eternals figure this out. They find out what the fuck's going on. Decide that, hey, that's not cool. We kind of like Earth. We don't want it to blow up. So they decide that they're going to stop it. Shenanigans happen. They do stop the Eternal from popping out of the Earth. Then you basically find out they're going to go out into space and they're going to find the other Eternals. But surprise, surprise, Erisham, the main Eternal Celestial, says, "Hey, you guys didn't do what I told you to do. I'm going to take you back and figure out if we should judge the Earth anyway, because you guys fucked up my plan."
Yeah.
There is some post.
Very convoluted.
Yeah, I won't spoil the post credits, but that's the basic premise of the movie. Where it goes off the rails is right from the start. First off, in the comics, the deviants are called deviants because their DNA deviates from the eternal DNA.
Yes.
Okay. So their name has a meaning. Like calling these creatures deviants has no, like, there's no reason. Like, it's just a name they threw out there. Didn't make any sense in the context of why he would name them that.
Yeah. And it also throws, I guess, a wrench in Thanos' origin, which they,
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Well, up until the post credits, because Thanos isn't mentioned as an Eternal until the post credits, which kind of fucks that up too. But
yeah, they didn't even need to do that. Then it would have been okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Secondly, okay, I don't mind diversity. I'm not somebody who's like anti-diversity. I hate minorities or whatever. These characters are so obscure that changing their nationalities and stuff really didn't bother me. I am familiar with the Eternals, like I said in the other review. I got some of their comics. I read them. I know who they are. But changing them was not a big deal to me. The issue I had with the diversity in this movie was in the context of the movie. It didn't make any sense. And let me explain what I mean. The Eternals are supposed to have showed up on Earth like 7,000 years ago, right? When humanity was still cavemen and they were helping humanity thrive. Druig has an accent from like an Irish accent.
Yes. Or that's Icarus. Icarus has a Irish accent.
Yeah. Druig has a Scottish. They have accents. They all have accents. Kingo has an Indian accent. Fastos is African American. You got Salma Hayek's character Ajax. She has a Hispanic accent. These things.
And what's her name is? She's deaf, so she uses sign language.
Yeah, she uses American Sign Language.
Yep.
That wouldn't exist because America doesn't even exist yet when they show up on the planet. See what I'm saying here? What they should have did was basically said that they didn't show up 7,000 years ago, that they showed up somewhere in the middle, like say the Dark Ages or something, where the human population was already spread out and that they created a diverse eternal cast in order to blend in with the different societies of the Earth. That would make sense. It would give you a context to why they created them that way. It would allow you to have.
Or they could have just been like shapeshifters of some kind. I don't know.
Yeah.
That would have been simpler, in my opinion.
And then you have the character of Sprite, which is a 15, 16-year-old girl.
Younger than that. Younger.
Well, the actress is like 16.
Probably now, yeah.
No, she was 16 when they made me. I think she's 17.
Really?
Yeah.
She did not look 16. Let me look this up. No way. She looked like she was like 13.
I mean, I don't know how long they were filming the movie. Maybe.
I mean, they shot it in 2019, but still, let's.
Let
me see.
I was thinking that they shot it earlier than that. Yeah, she is 17 years old now, so maybe 15.
Now. Yeah, 15 when probably the movie came out.
15, 16-ish when they were filming. She does look young. She looks, I thought, and I'm not trying to be offensive, but I thought she had like one of those like diseases that make you like not age or whatever. She looks weird, right? I'm just saying.
Yeah, she looks very young for that age.
And I think, again, I'm not 100% on this, but I'm pretty sure the movie was trying to play with a boy. Because me and Sidekick Max were like, is it a boy? It's supposed to be a girl? Like, I'm like, I think the actor is a girl, but I'm not sure if the character is a girl.
She was a bit of a tomboy. She was a bit of a tomboy.
Yeah, because she goes. That was another iffy thing about the movie because she goes on a date with someone who's older than her, but she obviously can't do anything because she looks like a child, which was also very weird. And I don't think they should have done that
Well, then
because it
she
just gives.
she
Yeah,
shapeshifted.
it was like she was bending light or something, and then but it was a hologram. So when he went to touch her, she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna leave because it's a hologram, right?" So.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying the guy didn't know she looked
Mhm.
like a child.
But
But it
also
makes
too, she
no
wants to be,
yeah.
in love with Icarus, which was again weird.
But it makes no sense in the context of the movie because the Eternals in the comics are just people who have special abilities, and so that character was
Mhm.
Sprite. That was just the ability that character got and ended up looking
Mhm.
that way. Whereas we're to believe that the Celestial specifically created a 15-year-old girl.
Yeah,
Like, I'm gonna create an Eternal that's a 15-year-old girl. Like, he saw some like Japanese anime. He was like, yeah, that's what I want to fucking do. Like, so
yeah.
it makes
He
no sense
None of it makes any sense.
in the context. The deviants are just like I said, they're just creatures, just animals. But then it kills one of them and suddenly was able to suck their cosmic juice out or something.
And
They weren't really
evolve or
clear how it
something.
did it or why.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden it got smart. Then it
Mhm.
killed another one and it got even smarter. And now, I watch movies with subtitles all the time. So if you watch it with the subtitles, it says when the smart deviant is talking,
Mhm.
it refers to him as Crow,
Yes,
which
the
is
leader.
one of the leaders of the deviants in the comics.
Mhm.
But in the context of the movie,
We don't know that.
we don't know that. He doesn't say
Yeah.
like my name is Crow. It should have just said like deviant talking or something, right? Because he didn't say, "Hey, call me Crow" or "fucking I'm Crow now," or whatever, right?
Mhm.
So why did the movie decide to assign a name to this character?
Because it's in the
Like, it's dumb.
comics. That's really it. And I think it's because he's the only speaking deviant. So they're just like, let's just give him this name because he's the first one to be, you know, evolved and could speak. I don't
Well, they
know.
could have called
It's
him
not
Star.
explained. Yeah, they could have called him whatever. You know what I mean? They just throw it in there because it's people will find out that it's from the comics, and then I guess it means it's better or something. Like MCU fans are weirdos or
Well, yeah.
diehards. You know.
Having Erisham create the deviants and them being just mindless creatures throws a wrench into Namor's continuity because if you know anything about Namor, he comes from Atlantis, but there is
Mhm.
another civilization called Lemuria that has their own deviants that also sunk into the ocean, and they are
Mhm.
often in conflict with Namor's people. So now that can't exist in the MCU because the deviants aren't intelligent creatures; they're just wild animals.
Yeah, they messed up with this origin story that they're trying to create or whatever it is because it's very convoluted. It doesn't make any sense. Separating the deviants from the Eternals.
Sure.
And it also kind of lowered the stakes because everybody was saying, "Oh, Icarus died at the ending." I'm like, "Did you watch the movie? They clearly explained that they can't die." Like, they never explained whether or not. Oh, well, they did explain that their memories can get kind of fucked up, right?
Yeah.
But like, they're gonna come back, right? So I really don't know why people are like, "Oh my god, they killed off this character," or it's like they have a way out. You know what I mean? So.
Well, they have a whole ship full of clone bodies. They could just make a new
Yeah.
Icarus.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter if his memory's wiped; he's still coming back. Like I don't know why fans who are like saying, they did something different. They killed off a character. No, they didn't. Like,
Well, he didn't even kill off a character. Let's be fair. He committed suicide,
mhm.
which was
for
weird.
weird, yes, very weird. And that's my problem with his character. Like, I had like a friend, and we did a stream, and we were talking about it. Icarus' motivation doesn't make any sense. Like, we're trying to figure out why was he doing all of this stuff. Like, if you think about it, right? He says, "Oh, like this is the way that the world is or the universe is, right? This is what the Celestials want. But how come everybody else is in agreement that, hey, this is a bad thing, right? They saw that, oh, humanity is good, even though it was very vague and not, sincere. It wasn't different from any other movie that was trying to express humanity, right? The good of humanity. But we never got to see why Icarus doesn't like humanity, which would have been much more interesting to see his change, right? Which is not shown at all, right? Which I think is kind of disappointing. And then it's like Druig is like, oh, humanity needs to be controlled. But why isn't he on Icarus's side, right? He took the opposite side. So it's like, what is motivating Icarus to be like, no, the universe needs to be in balance because humans are nothing. Okay, so why did you come to that conclusion? Like, that's the whole point of why we're watching the movie, is to see an evolution of a character, especially a comic book character, right? So it's like, I was like sitting there and I'm like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like you just, it's like they needed a twist, because they couldn't follow all the other Marvel movies, right? Because all the other Marvel movies are pretty standard in terms of villains, right? And on top of that, too, in the comics, Icarus isn't a villain, right? So he's the main character. So obviously they wanted to throw people off by taking this character that's front and center on all the comics and just turn him into a villain just because. That's what it felt like.
Yeah. At one point, they mentioned that Icarus and Circe's dated, were going out, and then he leaves, and you're never told why he left, why they broke up, what's going on. He just leaves, but he still loves her. He's still in love with her, and he still likes her, and he's pining for her. But he just left, with no explanation, and the movie never gives you any sort of indication as to why. Now the big confusing thing about the movie is, like I said, they tell you that the celestial seed is within the earth or within a planet, and it needs humanity in order to hatch. They don't explain exactly how. Like, is the egg sucking like energy from people? Why does it have to be intelligent people? Why can't animals feed the egg? Why can't they just grow people in a lab and then transport them to the planet? Like, it's really vague. Like, no, there just has to be people, and they got to be smart, and they got to have society, and then the egg will hatch.
Yeah, I don't know if they could have easily given an explanation, but they don't. Right? Like, maybe they could say, I don't know, like, intelligent life builds, resources, and they expand or whatever, and it fuels the earth, or the earth dies, and I don't know, that helps I don't know, come up with something creative. But they didn't do that.
Yeah. The only thing that I came up with was if they might have said, like, the celestial egg had cosmic energy, and because cosmic energy is infinite, it is able to share its energy with the people of Earth, who then incubate that energy, increase it, and then when they die, that energy goes back into the Earth and then kind of feeds the egg that way. Obviously, they don't want to get into the whole, well, people got souls, so
which is weird, because this movie has a lot of religious undertones. Yeah. So again, something they could have used and could have been interesting, but they threw it away.
Another issue is with the Celestials predating the cosmic, the Infinity Stones. In the comics, the Infinity Stones are God for all intents and purposes. They are the first being of the universe that created everything. In this, now we're learning that no, it's Erisham that's first, and then the stones. Again, if you watch Guardians of the Galaxy,
that's not what is explained.
Yeah, Guardians 1. They clearly show you in Guardians 1 that one of the Celestials is using a stone to destroy a planet. So how the hell did they lose it?
Yeah, I think what I think is going to happen is they're going to retcon a lot of stuff and say that Erishim or whatever his name is, Erishim, I don't care. He is a rogue celestial. That's kind of. I'm going to suggest that the sequel to this movie is going to be heavily different, and change a lot of stuff from this movie because it just doesn't make a lot of sense. And on top of that, too, like this puts a big hole in what the MCU has established for the last 13 years. Why would you do that? Just to make a movie that was supposed to be nominated for an Oscar, and meanwhile, it's not going to, which is hilarious.
Yeah. Additionally, again, you get told that they've done this, multiple times. This isn't the first rodeo for the Eternals. So they don't really explain what happens to the Celestials after. Like, he gets born, creates a new son, and then fucks off, and he's never heard from again. Or
yeah. And it also is a little confusing too because the MCU has established that Celestials are just gods, right? So these Celestials that we're seeing, they don't necessarily need to look like that because we know that Ego was a Celestial. So, and that's not ever touched on, right? And that's why I think they could just easily wipe away by saying, oh, there's Celestials that do rogue things, right? Like they just go rogue. And I mean, because that's kind of what's in the comics, right? There's a character named Null who's a Celestial, and he's the king of the symbiotes, and obviously he wants to, take over Earth or whatever it may be. So, it's an easy way out, but it's something that should have just been in the movie because it's very simple. It's not hard to understand.
Yeah, well, here's my not explanation, but I guess here's what I think they could do. As far as Ego, they could say that the celestial seed somehow, it was flawed and it bonded with the planet to become Ego.
Mm-hmm.
So like Ego is the seed, planet together like as one. We know that Nowhere, the big giant floating head that the Guardians of the Galaxy visit, is a celestial head.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And again, in the flashback, when the Collector shows them the celestial, they do kind of look like the comic book version.
Yes, more than these Celestials in this movie.
Yeah. Additionally, I really think, again, this is a theory, speculation, but I think that they're going to say that Galactus is a Celestial too.
I have that theory too, just because it's easier. But at the same time, if that is the case, this makes this movie very redundant.
Yeah.
And that was something that I was telling my friend when we walked out. I'm like, well, this movie is literally a giant god kind of destroying the Earth. Isn't that Galactus? You know what I mean? Like, it's very similar.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. In the comics, depending on which comic you read, because I think in Earth X, in that universe, the celestial seeds are in the Earth, and Galactus is actually eating celestial seeds. So I think they'll combine some of that, and that they'll say that Galactus is a celestial born, instead of a planet being destroyed, he was born from the previous version of the universe, like in the comics. So he's like the first celestial, and maybe he's the rogue. Maybe he's the rogue celestial, and Erisham is trying to create more celestials
to fight him.
To fight him.
Yeah, they could do that too. That would make some sense. Yeah.
Then, as Blinded said, at the end, in one of the post-credit scenes, we find Star Fox, played by Harry Styles. He shows up with Pip the Troll, who does not actually have teleportation powers in the comics until after he has the Space Gem and then loses it and then sort of retains that power. But originally he didn't have teleportation powers. But he shows up with Star Fox, introduces himself as Thanos' brother, which now throws a wrench into Thanos' backstory, which never included being an Eternal, never included a brother. We were led to believe, because Thanos is a big purple guy, I would think that the general audiences would just assume that everybody from his planet was probably purple people. In the comics, the reason he looks the way he does is because he has deviant syndrome.
Yes.
He has a flaw in his genetic makeup, which causes him to look hideous and not like a normal person. Whereas his
Purple
brother and
ball sack.
yeah. So that's totally gonna throw a whole wrench into that whole thing.
Mm-hmm. And it also, I mean, I guess they can work a story around it because, Thanos gives this whole backstory about, is it Olympus? Olympia?
Olympia doesn't exist in the MCU. They said that it was a fake planet. In the
okay,
comics,
but I was trying to remember what planet Thanos is. In Infinity War when he's explaining. Titan. Okay, yeah, and Titan. They could, because that needs to be explained, right? Because is it, are there Eternals that aren't these clones? Are there clones? Like, what I mean? Like they have to kind of explain that. And is there? Because I mean, there is a major Eternals character that was not in this movie, and I think he's based on Zeus. I don't know too much. Yeah, I know there's a whole bunch, but like a main, predominant Eternals character.
Yeah, the head of the Eternals is Cyrus. And I was actually going to get to that, but in the comics, originally the Eternals comic was not set in the main 616 universe.
Yes.
Eternals was set in its own universe. Eventually, they brought the Eternals over to the main 616. So then they kind of had to explain how they existed and that whole thing. Because in the Eternals backstory, they basically said that people mistook them for the Olympian gods. That's why they live on Olympia, like Mount Olympus, and that's why they have names like the Greek, like the gods. Zeus is Zeus, Athena is Athena, Phastos is Hephaestus. Makari is Mercury. Icarus, like Icarus from the mythology.
Yeah.
Circe, like Circe the seer. All their names are based on mythological figures. In this, they kind of hint at it. They mention, the kid calls Athena, and she's like, no A. But there's really no reason that they have the names that they have.
Yeah. And it also, if you know about what's happening in Thor: Love and Thunder, you would realize that there are Greek gods that exist because we're getting Zeus, and this was confirmed because Russell Crowe is playing Zeus. Like that's official. So kind of weird that they would do kind of confusing mythologies, like have the Greek gods actually exist, but then they're ones that are prototypes or analogs. I don't know. It's just, I think they're going to brush it away and just be like, just ignore it.
Additionally, within the movie, they tell you that Icarus mentions Thor was always following him around, right? And that they talk to Odin and everything. So the Asgardians are aware of the Eternals existing.
Yes.
Yet at no point did Odin say, "Hey Thor, you know those issues you're having? Maybe you should call up the Eternals to help you out." Thor wasn't like, "Hey guys, I remember when I was little, there was this really cool guy who had fucking muscles and flew and shot laser beams out of his fucking eyes. Maybe we should find that guy."
Yeah. I mean, I guess there could be some in-universe explanation, but yeah, never explained. It seems like that's a typical thing of the MCU. It's just like to introduce new characters and then they kind of have to be slowly retconned or like mashed together. And we're starting to, obviously the big one is going to be X-Men. That's going to be the most difficult one to pull off. So, I mean, that's what happens when you build a cinematic universe. It's like comics have always had some form of retcon, right? As long as it continues to go on. And yeah, so.
So there was a lot of weird things, like they mentioned. They, like Blinded said, they hand wave away. Basically, they haven't interfered in any of the stuff happening on Earth because their boss told them not to.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially. I mean, if this was not a MCU movie, I would say it was good. It was a decent movie. It's a little convoluted, but it'd be less convoluted without the MCU connection.
Yes.
It is a good popcorn flick. It's the special effects are decent. It's got funny moments. It's a little dry at times.
Mm-hmm. And the pacing is really bad.
What's that?
The pacing is really bad. It's very long, drawn out.
There is no real villain like a typical Marvel movie. By the time the villain shows up, he was already a character that you're kind of familiar with. Then he just becomes a villain, and then somehow they stop him, and then he decides to just fuck off. And I don't know. Everybody's motivation is like, yeah, no, I'm a good guy. No, I'm a bad guy. No, I'm gonna help him. No, fuck.
Yeah, and Kingo just sits out at the ending of the movie, and no one says anything about it.
He was the funniest character. I liked his valet.
Yes. Which was shocking because I thought he would have been
was surprisingly
really
good.
annoying.
Yeah, I liked Gilgamesh too. I didn't like because in the comics, Gilgamesh is Gilgamesh the Forgotten One, because supposedly he has had adventures all throughout history, but he's cursed that no one ever remembers who he is. So all the historical Gilgamesh and all the other strongmen through history that you think are like mythology and mythological stories were actually him. Just no one remembers that he exists. He actually joined the Avengers for a time.
Oh, what happened to Gary?
I don't know. So yeah, the last thing that I had an issue with was at the very end when Dane Whitman finally gets his ebony blade. Now, in the comics, the ebony blade is a chunk of metal that fell from the sky, was forged by Merlin the magician for King Arthur. He gave it to Sir Percy of Scandinavia and became a knight. If you kill somebody with the blade, you get a bloodlust, and you want to keep killing people. And eventually this gets passed down through the generations to it ends up with Dane Whitman. He becomes Black Knight. However, they had Mashahara Ali. I hope that's how you pronounce it. The guy playing Blade, his voice was at the end of the movie saying, "Are you sure you want to take the blade or whatever?" Something along those lines. Now, in the comics, there was a phony ebony blade that was actually a regular piece of metal but had a vampire tooth inside of it. And this fooled the Black Knight into thinking that it was the regular one because it still talked to him. Because the blade has like a mental connection where it talks to people in their mind. So I have a feeling that they're going to go with the route of that it's not a piece of star metal that Merlin forged, but rather a regular blade that's connected to vampires and maybe has a vampire tooth in it or something.
I didn't even think about that because in the movie they I think it's Sprite who references it, so it's kind of like something that the Eternals knew about for quite some time. Yeah, so I just assumed it would have been the original ebony blade.
I just think with Blade showing up at the end, because the ebony blade can kill vampires, and I think that'd be the only reason for him to show up.
I was very confused by that because there's not really any connection to them. So I was like, what is this about? I thought it was more about because Black Knight is mostly on the Avengers with Cersei. So yeah.
So I think that they're going to go with the route that it kills vampires, and that it might be even connected. It might be Dracula's tooth inside the ebony blade.
Yeah, that's actually a good theory. I think I could see that happening.
And I think because in my opinion, you have Blade, but in the comics, Blade started off with the Night Stalkers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they're going to make Dane Whitman sort of the Frank Drake of the Night Stalkers. Because I have another theory that's not really Eternals related, but I have a theory that they're going to try to do like a Midnight Suns movie.
Yeah, that's been a lot of people's theories. That's my theory too.
And I think because you got Blade coming out,
Moon Knight,
you got Doctor Strange, he's already out. Morbius, although he's in the Sonyverse, he could easily come over. What I have a feeling is in the next Doctor Strange movie, when he goes into the multiverse, he's either going to awaken some sort of evil, like Lilith from the original Midnight Suns, or perhaps a vampire comes over through like a portal, bites somebody, and then spreads the vampire curse into the main MCU universe. And then, Doctor Strange has to clean up his mess, so he contacts the Midnight Suns.
Yeah, I could
they
see
already
something
have Ghost
like
Rider.
Well, we're getting a new Ghost Rider, so, and he's rumored to be.
We are getting a new
Doctor
Ghost Rider, but I'm just saying they already acknowledge that.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm just saying they acknowledge that Ghost Rider existed within the MCU. Because the Ghost Rider in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Mexican Ghost Rider.
Robbie Reyes.
But they showed that he got his powers from a previous Ghost Rider, which shared the same design as the Nicolas Cage Ghost Rider, down to the bullet holes.
Well, right now, people are speculating that Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not canon. So
it's not canon.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that they were willing at least to show the Nicolas Cage version that was canon. So they could just do like they did with the Hulk, where they took the first movie and said, hey, some of this is canon and some of it isn't.
Yeah, like a soft reboot, which is what they're doing. Yeah, I think that's what they're going to do, because they're already doing that with the Netflix characters anyway.
Yeah, so I think that's going to lead into that.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is not a great movie. If you have Disney Plus already, go ahead and watch it. Don't get Disney Plus just for this movie. I wouldn't recommend that. No. It's not that great.
Sounds awful.
It's like 2.5 hours. It sounds awful, but like I said, it has its moments. You're like, oh, that's pretty good. It's not too good. That's pretty good. It's ups and downs, peaks and valleys.
Yeah, peaks and valleys. But it is like Marvel's most flawed movie, but not like the worst one, if that makes sense.
No. I've heard a lot of people say, this is the most terrible movie. It's one of the worst movies. And I think maybe, I know the MCU is not that old. So for me saying nostalgia goggles or whatever, it might sound weird. But the first Thor movie wasn't that great.
Second Thor movie, I agree. Yeah.
Wasn't that great.
There's a lot of bad MCU movies. But people think that they had like hits after hits. It's like, no.
I love the Hulk. It's my favorite character. But both the Ang Lee Hulk and the second one they did weren't that great. Iron Man 2 was pretty shitty. Iron Man 3 wasn't that much better.
And people also forget.
They've had some pretty bad movies.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say about Eternals. 6 out of 10. I got somebody actually was mad that I said the Eternals was 6.5 out of 10. But they said I was only saying that to upset them, to upset the audience, to get clicks.
Oh, jeez.
And he's like, I'm unsubbing from your channel. I'm like, fucking bye, right? Like, I don't know who the hell you are.
We have honest opinions around here.
Really? Oh, man. I mean, you gave it a higher score than most people.
Well, that's what they were saying. They were saying the movie was bad, and I was giving it a
higher
score.
Her score. Okay.
Be
Sorry.
contrarian. I like what I like. I got shit for giving Captain Marvel like a 6. I mean, you got to understand, the movie is not like, there's not like big tears in the fucking film, and there's like you could see a boom mic and people are stumbling over their lines and stuff, right? You got to give them like, okay, the special effects are decent, the acting is good, there's not fucking boom mics, it's like
Or bad editing.
when you rate a video game, you gotta be like, well, it works, right? It might be shit, but at least it works. Like there's no glitches in it that is, So I mean, the movie is it's not good. 6 is not good. It's not a great movie, but there's no like, game breaking bug in this movie. It's just not that great. It's kind of boring. Kingo is a highlight. He's funny. I enjoy that.
I think the cast is well good. It's just they didn't have any use for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they spent too much money on Angelina Jolie and Salma Hayek.
Yeah.
They really didn't need them to be in the movie.
Big time. They were like the ones that had little character development, and then they didn't really go anywhere. Especially Angelina Jolie. Yeah.
I think that's it. I think we're done. We've put a bow on this one.
Yeah.
Now in the comments here, what's Wiley saying? Wiley says, sometimes I have conversations in my mind with the girl I like. I'm too scared to say what I think to her. Just tell her, man. Just walk up to her and be like, hey. You just walk up to a girl and you say, hey, sit on my face and let me guess your weight.
Whoa.
Guaranteed. Wiley says, she's obviously out of my league and I'm inadequate at life and don't contribute anything. I have a feeling she only talks to me out of sympathy. No, she talks to you because she likes you, bro. Because you're a nice guy. You're a nice guy. I talk to you all the time.
Nobody's out of your league.
No one is out of anybody's league. Let's just put an end to this bullshit. Everybody's a 10 to somebody, right? You're not out of anybody's league. We're all in the same league. We're all playing the same fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
She's older than me, and we are just friends. My first wife was older than me, but that didn't work out. So don't take that as an endorsement. Just saying. Yeah, I mean, the worst that she could say is no. But I mean, it's a lot better to just go out there and take a chance than to live your life inside your head thinking, what if, fuck it. You only got one life, live it. YOLO.
Yeah.
And if anything, it just flex your muscles, Wiley. It's funny because I listen to the radio at work, and they have a segment where like they do a follow up on dates. Like if you can't get somebody on a second date, you call the radio station. They're trying to help you out.
Mm-hmm.
And this dude is called the radio station. He's like, hey, I can't get a second date. I don't know what's going on. He described the date. And so they get the lady on the phone, right? And she said he was adjusting himself throughout the date. Like he was constantly adjusting his junk. Right? She said that's kind of a turnoff. So they get the dude back on the phone, to explain. They're like, the radio show's like, hey, what the hell? Explain yourself. Why are you adjusting yourself throughout the date? And the guy said, well, his friend told him that, in order to be more confident, that he should put a banana in his pants.
Oh, Jesus.
And he said that when he sat down, like when you sit down and your pants get tighter in certain areas.
Yeah.
He sat down, the banana squished. And he had squished banana That's why he was moving, because he had squished banana all in his crotch.
What? Well, why banana? Why not just use socks or something? What the hell? Fucking hell!
I don't know.
Yeah, because if the date would have went well, and at the end of the night, you got squished banana in your pants.
Oh man,
he's got a snack. He's like, "Don't worry, I got you covered." But that wasn't the worst. I actually watched. There was a show on MTV where they're talking about stupid ways people died or whatever. Forget what the name of the show was, but it wasn't stupid way people. That's what they were talking about. And some dude had duct taped.
The sauce. You're talking about 1,000 Ways to Die.
Yeah.
The
dude like
CD.
duct taped a sausage or a cucumber to his leg, and he
cut off his circulation or some shit.
Yeah, cut off the circulation. Fucking killed himself. Now just imagine the man died, and then the paramedics got to figure out what's going on. They're gonna find your dead corpse with a fucking sausage just duct taped to your leg. You gotta explain that to your parents. Parents are like, why'd Gary die? Well, Mrs. Gary, your son decided to duct tape sausage to his leg.
Yeah, it happens a lot.
So what I'm saying is, don't use duct tape. Just use like glue.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, somehow we're circling the 5-hour mark.
Were you going to talk about Boba Fett? Because I dropped that show. It's one of the most boring things I've ever watched.
I was going to talk about Boba Fett, but Gary hasn't watched it yet.
No.
I don't think it's bad. I think this last episode was pretty bad.
I'm done with this show, so yeah.
God, that's a disappointment that people aren't loving it like they loved The Mandalorian. So
yeah, it's dropping in views.
I think the problem with Boba Fett is that it's not much happening. There's just like no progression. Like they finally caught up. This is the 4th episode. They finally caught up, and told everything that's happened between when he got out of the pit to where he is now.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe something can happen.
A lot of it doesn't make sense.
Again, I think the show is suffering from. Yeah. The show is suffering from trying to be artsy. We're going to be artsy and do this whole, past, present, 2 dual storylines. But when you're in a 40-minute show, and 20 minutes is the past and 20 minutes is the present, you didn't get a lot of shit going on.
Right.
So
I call him Beta Fett because so far that's what he is.
Well, he was pretty badass in the one episode.
He's not Boba Fett. He's a crime lord. He's a crime lord making really not crime lord decisions. I don't even know. He's very sympathetic to people, which, to be honest, doesn't make for an entertaining show about a crime lord.
Well, I think that they're trying to make him that his time that he spent with the Sand People, Tusken Raiders, changed him. He no longer sees the world the way he did. He basically being eaten by the Sarlacc and then getting out was like a rebirth, a new Boba Fett.
Yeah, but he's fatter.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Possibly.
And older.
Maybe by the end, he'll go back, he'll figure out that all this is bullshit and it was just, there is an interesting story to be told. I don't think they're telling it well. Like I said,
definitely.
The flashbacks and present is not working for me. Because every time you're trying to get into one of the sides of the story, it just ends. Like there's nothing left.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even watch the 4th. I didn't watch the 3rd episode. I stopped halfway, and I just got a friend to tell me what was going on. But he told me it was kind of shocking how they threw away the Tusken Raider story. It kind of just ends, and I was like, ugh. I feel like, for a 7-episode show, 4 episodes in, and you kind of done nothing. There's no interesting character stuff going on. It's very slow pace, and it's not the good kind of slow pace. No. And I think in general, like I said, there's no conflict. That's why I say Beta Fett, because he's like, oh, I'm a crime lord, but I'm gonna, basically, I'm not gonna kill everybody. Oh, that's for fucking peasants. Like, what? You're a bounty hunter all your life. What are you talking about? Like, where did this dramatic change come from? Was it just like, he was about to die and he saw the light and he's like, I'm gonna be a good guy? I don't know. It's not compelling for me. So I just I'm done.
Yeah, I can see where people don't like it. I think he's not a good guy so much as he's like, I got honor and I know I want to be a bad guy, but in a good way. Like, I don't want to be a total asshole bad guy. I want to be a sort of like, I want to be an asshole to those people, but not an asshole to these people.
It's very Disney-fied, though.
Yeah, they're trying to make him the kingpin of the MCU. That's what it seems like. Like, he's building up this kingpin-esque empire on Tatooine. And it's not working. It's not working too well.
Oh yeah, and those bikes, those Power Ranger bikes. Oof.
Yeah. Unlike Blinded, I will see it through to the end. I watched every episode of Intellivision, so when I start watching the show, I finish it, even though the Inhumans was the worst piece of TV I've ever watched in my life. But
oh god, I still don't even want to watch that show. Jesus.
I watch anything Marvel. Like I said, I am a huge Marvel mark. I will watch it. Complain, but I will watch it anyway.
I'll only do that for the movies, but TV is a massive commitment.
I'll do it. My dad is a huge Marvel fan too, so we watch it together and we sit around and complain about everything. Like, that's dumb. That's not like in the comics, and that guy's can't act for shit. And so, I mean, I think that's what helps. Because I got somebody there to watch with and complain and fight over the movies with.
Yeah, that's true.
Same thing with Boba Fett. We sit down. I go over there and I watch Boba Fett with them. Like, it was on my own, I'd probably wait until all the episodes and then watch it all at once. The other reason that I watch Boba Fett is to have something to talk about here, but unfortunately Gary never watches anything, so then I end up not having the ability to talk about it anyway, because then I spoil it for Gary.
I'm not spoiled. I just tuned it out. We're good.
I think that's it for the show. I think we're almost at 5 hours. I don't know if you guys want to watch Amico After Dark. That's like another hour and a half.
I mean, what do they say anyway? What was the topic? I forget.
They had No Square Gamer on there.
Oh, okay.
And apparently they were complaining about me and you guys, probably by extension.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It was only 9.
Same old. We're the worst.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably were. I definitely want to see what they have to say, though. But yeah.
No Amico After Dark. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been here 5 hours. I didn't think we were going to make it without Carl, but somehow we did. Anyway.
Yes. Hopefully he comes back. And we didn't talk about, and I'm not even going to mention it. But if you see this, Carl, I did not mention it.
No, we didn't. We didn't talk about it. We didn't really talk about the Amico either, other than the book. So, I mean, it was I think it was a pretty solid show. I think we'll have a lot of stuff to cut up later on.
Next week is going to be interesting because Gary's going to be wrong. Just an FYI.
For what?
Pokemon.
What are you going to be wrong about?
Oh, No, I mean, shit. If nobody really wants to find out, like follow me or anything on like Twitter or see my last posts. Man, I've been getting into heated debates with people. I had some guy tell me yesterday in one of Twitter posts that Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl was garbage because it can be beaten in 15 minutes, and the argument was, I mean, telling me that it was a buggy mess. And mind you, I've put 100 hours into the game. I've experienced one bug, and it's not a buggy mess. Okay.
No, I agree.
It's not a buggy mess at all. The only reason it's glitchy and buggy is because everybody's figured out how to glitch the game or bug the game out. If you didn't know these things, you would. And I only experienced it because at one particular point in the game, when I tried to pass a trainer, I tried to see if I could get, like, it was such a short gap when you're in a cave that I figured, oh, I can get across this and maybe I can hit the button to swim or surf before he instigates the battle. And after I got done with the battle, that's how I glitched. And if it wasn't for that, I would have never experienced that glitch in the game. So this guy was telling me the game is terrible because it's the most buggy and the most glitchy game ever. Yeah, that might be true, but being that I played the game and I have 2 kids here that own the copies and they've been playing the games, never once has the game crashed. Never once have they encountered a bug because they did something weird. Okay, the only reason people are experiencing these bugs and glitches in the games is because other people have exploited it, and people are just exploiting the game in general. So he went on to tell me because I don't find Pokemon Legends Arceus the most riveting game. I like it. And I don't really have a problem with the graphics. I think graphically it's okay. I think there's a reason why they chose the watercolor painting style type that they did, is because they knew that the textures were going to be lackluster. They knew all of that was going to be that way, so they chose the graphics and the color palettes that they did, which to me don't bother me, and I think they're okay. I just think, from what I've seen so far, that the gameplay lacks, because all you're really doing is running around all over the place and throwing throwing balls at Pokemon, throwing balls at resource. I don't know what you would call them, like veins, I guess, like how you get like ore veins. They stick out of the ground and you get resources. You throw balls at those to get resources. You throw balls at the trees to get apricorns. And it's like, that's all I've seen so far is just wandering around. And then it's not just catching one Pokemon, it's catching 10, 20 of the same Pokemon. And it's like the gameplay mechanic, and I know every game loops, every game has a loop. This just seems, I was super excited for it. I was like, I didn't have a problem with the graphics. I liked the fact that finally you can roll around, and under the pretense that this game is not going to ever replace regular Pokemon games, that it's just a thing of its own. It's a spin-off. Everybody wants this. Like, there's 2 sides. There's the people who are fine with the way Pokemon is, and there's the fans, and this is why I always come back to this generational thing. I truly think it's the guys in their, and like, no offense, it's the guys in their 20s that grew up with like Emerald and Sapphire, and those were their first games. And the guys that are so hooked into games that are open world and Dark Souls type stuff and like cutting next gen ultra realistic graphics, they want Pokemon to become this open world sandbox game. Like, and that's why I said it looks like an MMO. It does. It looks like an MMO that's not populated by shit. There's nothing in the game. And then basically Game Freak was just like, how can we sell this game? Well, easy. We just make it look like Breath of the Wild. And and that's what it is. And there's no substance to it. And people are liking this mainly because it's like, it's got the same kind of Breath of the Wild feel to it. And to me,
is it?
It is. I mean, everybody's got their hands on it, but it's not technically out. It comes out the 28th, but it's leaking all over the place. And
some like 40 hours already.
some people are loving it, like this is awesome because it's an open world sandbox game. But the problem is there's nothing. There's like maybe they haven't even in the leaks. I haven't even seen more than the Jubilife village, and I'm pretty sure there's 3 villages or 3 little areas. There's nothing in the game. Nothing.
What do you want the game to be? I mean, what do you want?
Okay, so basically, I like the original Pokemon formula. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. This is why I've said things like, why hasn't the Hershey bar changed in fucking how long has Hershey's been established? Why have they never changed the Hershey bar? I mean, they've made variations, they made spin-offs of a Hershey bar, but there's a reason why things stay. The reason why Mario basically stays the same, or they make a spin-off. Mario is good.
Well, Mario innovates slightly,
and that's I'm okay with that. But for people to want this to be the new formula, this new formula is awful because if they want,
let me rephrase, Your Honor.
No, I know what you're. Well, I'm getting to it. I know what you want. So what I want out of a Pokemon game is, I think this game at the core is good. The problem what they didn't do is it's a spin-off. It's not a mainline game in the sense that you go from city or village to village, city to city, doing the same thing you would do in a regular core Pokemon game. I think the mechanic of moving around and with the third person, I think that could work really well. I think the Breath of the Wild type like resources and crafting stuff, I think that could work. But they need to bring it back. They need to have gyms in the game. They need to have an Elite Four in the game. They need to have a team, like a Team Rocket in the game. And it needs to be, and then like I said, this kind of game was too early because the Switch is not powerful. It's just not. This should have waited on the next Nintendo hardware or the next generation after that. I think when we get to a point where the Switch is or the new Nintendo console is as powerful as a current like PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X, I think then you can take the overall design of Legends Arceus, which is the third person kind of throwing Pokeballs and having, that kind of perspective on a fight, and then marry it with the way old Pokemon games were. I think that is where Pokemon needs to be in the future. But this was too early. It's just the Switch is just not powerful enough, and people don't understand. They're like, well, Zelda did it. Yeah, well, there are other things going on under the game that you don't see, that you don't understand is as a system that's working. That is the reason why that game is as dull looking as it is, and people don't want to understand that. Like, it's not powerful.
I think that's fair. I think that it's a fair argument, but I remember what I told you. I think they're going to just split the series. It's not like Nintendo hasn't done this before, right? Yeah, but the main line, and then you have, or the 2D and 3D. That's what I think it'll be.
I think they can do that, especially if it's popular, right? If this really is popular by a lot of fans, they will please the old school purists that want an original Pokemon feeling, and then they'll please the people who just want the open world feeling. But let's not say that this game is like so innovative, like it's never been done, and it's so cutting edge and amazing. We're not there yet, and the game does kind of look awful.
It's more innovative for the franchise, but not as
it's what people have always wanted. It's what some people have always wanted. I mean, I remember like 6 years ago when people were talking about them wanting a Pokemon MMORPG. And that's basically, like, I could totally see this game being an MMORPG had they added the massively multiplayer part of that side of it. Because that's what the world looks like.
Because what you're saying, right? It's just technically not impossible. Or impossible.
Right. It's not possible to pull it off with the hardware. And that's what it seems to me. And that's where I'm getting upset with a lot of these guys. And a lot of these guys are just upset that they didn't get, like, the reason why they're saying Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are garbage is because they're so sour that when that announcement came, I remember the announcement. I was super happy about the announcement. When it got revealed, people were so pissed off they didn't get a Sword and Shield style Gen 4 that they were never going to like it. They did. That's why the first thing that they went to was like, oh, it's chibi looking. So was the original fucking games. Like, I don't understand.
It's getting Pokemon serious.
Oh my! Well,
Yes.
it is by far my favorite series. Yes, I have a lot. I mean, out of most games that I've played, out of my collection, I've put so many hours into Pokemon, into shiny hunting and breeding and all this other stuff. Pokemon is probably my favorite game. Like series. It doesn't look bad. It's the gameplay mechanics that just seem. After a couple hours, I don't think I'd be really into it as much as I would like a regular mainline Pokemon game.
And I think I was even saying that they should have gone further, because they try to keep some elements, right? Like the turn-bat system, which I felt was weird. It just didn't fit with the game.
Right. It's like you want a different Pokemon game, then don't keep the things that some of these fans keep claiming are holding back the series. Like, you can't have both. You either want to totally
on Twitter too.
Right. You either want a totally new game or you don't. And then you can't come in here like telling me that because I think BDSP is way better, that my opinion is invalid. First of all, I don't ever attack anybody's opinion until I'm attacked. And over Pokemon, I feel strongly like there's a reason why Pokemon is still going strong to this day. And that's not because of Legends Arceus style gameplay. It's because of the original formula. And there's, the people love that formula. Is it a bit stale? Yes, they need to freshen it up a bit. They tried that, but the problem is they never listened to the fans. Like, all they had to do was keep Mega Evolutions in and try to do stuff a certain way. And every game they want to introduce a new mechanic, and it ends up falling flat. They were lucky with Gen 6 when they brought in Mega Evolutions. Like, people at first were like, oh, this looks like Digimon. And it looks.
But I think it was nostalgia for that game too, if you think about it.
Well, yeah. I mean, you had Pokemon Go. I don't know if Pokemon Go came out like right around that same time, but yeah, people were starting to get back into it. Then they threw out, all the starters had Mega Evolutions, and that's the thing. That's another big thing. Look at the designs that every year they go, and every new game that they iterate, it's either hit or miss. Like, their designs are like, there's a team and a few good guys. There's a couple guys on that team that do knock it out of the park and make beautiful designs that look like they could be included into the first. There's a reason why Gen 1 is so popular. It's because all those 151 Pokemon are beautiful designs. You start getting to Gen 5, 6, 7.
It's more that they're classic. Like, they're so iconic. So it's like hard to really.
But here's the thing: like, there's not one Pokemon you can tell me in the first 151 that's bad. There's none. There are none. They're all not just nostalgic. Those are great designs. They're grounded. Whereas when you get to like Gen 5, you got a fucking ice cream cone. That's not a grounded design.
Well, I feel like Gen 5 was a reboot of the design, because they went out. Yeah.
Right, and since Gen 5, they've been doing very odd Pokemon. Like, they don't there's probably so many animals and things that they could directly tie to and make designs look good, but they decide to go like, have you seen what Palkia and Dialga look like?
Yes,
they're like,
I was about to bring that up.
Like, really they're bad, and the starters are not really that. The Hisuian forms are not that great. And
yeah, they weren't. I thought they would have been a little bit better looking, more interesting, but they just look the same. Besides, the grass type.
I think the Decidueyes is probably the best. Typhlosion, is it Typhlosion? I think Typhlosion's is okay. The fact that he's Fire Ghost is really unique, but his overall, like, if you see him, like, his actual sprite or his model, if you see him without the mane of fire or whatever behind him, he looks really bad. Like, in game, he looks okay. But,
a lot of people are saying he looks high. He looks high.
Yeah, because his eyes are it's very derpy looking. So, I mean, and that's the thing. There's just 2 generations of Pokemon fans now. There's definitely two generations. There's a fan base that wants ultra realistic, like super amazing PS5 style kind of graphics with their Pokemon and an open sandbox to play in. And then there's guys that just want that old school. You could go back to sprites and I would still love Pokemon as long as the content is solid and it's there. And that's what BDSP was, aside from like, sure, it had bugs, but I didn't experience any of those bugs. So what are you actually saying the game it was shitty on? Because Gen 4 is number 1 or 2. It's number 1 or 2. Those are the two best generations, is Gen 1 and Gen 4. With Gen 2 being kind of like, it's mixed in there. It's hard.
I like Gen 2 a lot, but yeah.
So I think Gary needs his own like Pokemon.
2, yeah. I could go on for days. I can go on for days. I'm very passionate about Pokemon.
Yes.
I need to take a piss. Because I usually piss before the stream, but I was getting everything ready last minute, and I couldn't sneak away. So unless we're gonna watch Amico After Dark, which I don't think we're gonna do.
Nah, I think we're gonna pass on that tonight.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna go ahead and end this broadcast. Love, peace, booty grease. We out this bitch.